You think detention was bad? Try getting beaten with a cane for using your left hand. Welcome to Victorian boarding schools, where asking to use the bathroom required perfect Latin and smiling at the wrong moment could land you in a cupboard for hours. We're dropping you into 1870s Britain, where schools weren't just tough, they were legal child torture chambers with fancy uniforms. Like and subscribe to see more historical nightmares that'll make you grateful for modern life. And comment down below what time it is that you're watching this right now. It's always nice to know when people are discovering just how brutal the past really was. Victorian boarding schools operated on one simple rule: break every child completely, then rebuild them as proper little empire servants. These places made boot camp look like summer holiday, and we're about to find out exactly why you wouldn't survive your first week. Let's start with something simple, like needing the toilet. Section 1. You had to ask permission to use the bathroom. Sometimes in Latin, your bladder is about to explode, and you're desperately raising your hand in what looks like a medieval castle crossed with a prison. Welcome to boarding school. The Victorian solution for parents who wanted their children properly educated without actually having to deal with them. These weren't day schools where you could run home to mummy when things got rough. Boarding schools were total institutions where wealthy families shipped their sons and occasionally daughters to be molded into proper British citizens. Think of it as character building through systematic misery. The whole point was isolation. Remove children from the corrupting influence of parental affection, strip away any comfort or familiarity, and rebuild them according to strict social codes. Upper-class families paid enormous fees for this privilege, believing that hardship would forge their offspring into the sort of people who could run an empire without flinching. But here's your immediate problem. You can't just ask to use the toilet. You need to recite the magic words. Licetni ad latrinum ire, magister, which roughly translates to, "May I go to the toilet, sir?" Except it sounds like you're summoning ancient Roman spirits instead of just trying not to wet yourself. Miss those Latin lessons? Tough luck. You're getting a front row seat to public humiliation and a possible beating for your educational failures, because nothing says proper British education like making children suffer in a dead language. This wasn't just some posh school quirk that rich kids had to endure. Schools across Britain implemented this barbaric system, from the grandest institutions like Eton down to grimy little boarding schools that barely had proper plumbing. The logic was beautifully twisted. If you couldn't master basic Latin, you clearly weren't disciplined enough to deserve basic human dignity. Picture yourself in that classroom. The wooden floors creak under your shifting weight. The air smells of chalk dust, unwashed bodies, and that particular Victorian cocktail of carbolic soap and fear. Your teacher, Mr. Grimsby, because of course his name is Grimsby, stands at the front with his cane resting ominously against the blackboard. His mustache twitches with what might be amusement as he watches you squirm. You know the phrase, you've practiced it 100 times, but under pressure, with your bladder screaming and 30 other boys watching, your mind goes completely blank. Was it licid? Illicid? Nay, does it matter that you can't remember if it's letrinum or letrinum? Oh, it matters. It matters a lot. Because Victorian educators believed that precision in language reflected precision in character. A sloppy Latin request wasn't just a linguistic error, it was evidence of moral decay. These weren't just teachers, they were self-appointed guardians of civilization, and they took their job seriously, terrifyingly seriously. The Victorian obsession with Latin wasn't accidental. This was the language of empire, of scholarship, of the sort of gentlemen who would go on to rule distant colonies and never question why the locals didn't appreciate being civilized. If you couldn't handle basic Latin grammar, how could you possibly be trusted with the future of the British Empire? So there you sit, legs crossed, face burning with embarrassment, trying to remember if the accusative case applies to toilet-related emergencies. Meanwhile, your bladder is staging its own little rebellion, and you're starting to understand why Victorian children always looked so miserable in photographs. The truly diabolical part. Some teachers would pretend not to understand your Latin if it wasn't pronounced with the proper accent. Imagine being 12 years old, desperate for the loo, and having your teacher shake their head sadly because your pronunciation of latrinum sounded too working class. I'm sorry, Higgins, but I simply cannot understand what you're trying to say. Perhaps you should practice your elocution lessons more diligently. And if you dared to just get up and leave without permission, that was insubordination of the highest order. You'd be hauled back, publicly shamed, and then subjected to whatever creative punishment your teacher could devise. Maybe you'd have to write, "I must respect the proper protocols for bodily functions," 500 times in perfect copperplate handwriting. Maybe you'd spend the rest of the day standing at the back of the classroom, wet trousers and all, as a lesson to the other children about the importance of following proper procedures. The psychological warfare was exquisite. They'd turned the most basic human need into a test of classical education and social compliance. Every trip to the toilet became a tiny examination, a moment where you could fail spectacularly in front of your peers and be marked down as unworthy of basic respect. But here's where it gets even more twisted. The really sadistic teachers would use this system to play favorites. Little Reginald Fortescue Smythe, whose daddy was a lord and who'd been speaking Latin since he was in nappies, could waltz up and request bathroom privileges with perfect pronunciation and get a warm smile in return. Meanwhile, poor Tommy from the merchant class would stutter through the same phrase and be told to try again, but with proper diction this time. The class warfare was built right into the bathroom protocol. The upper-class children had been tutored in Latin from birth, giving them yet another advantage in the daily humiliation Olympics that was Victorian education. Working-class scholarship boys were set up to fail from day one, their desperation to relieve themselves becoming a daily reminder that they didn't really belong. Some schools took this madness even further. At certain institutions, you weren't just required to ask in Latin, you had to provide a reason for your request. Laesni ad latrinum ia quod vesica mea repleta est. May I go to the toilet because my bladder is full, became the extended version, because apparently basic human dignity wasn't humiliating enough without making children discuss their bodily functions in a dead language. Teachers would sometimes quiz students on Latin grammar while they were clearly in distress. Before you go, Jenkins, perhaps you could conjugate the verb to suffer for the class, because nothing builds character quite like forced academic performance while your body is staging a biological revolt. The worst part, this wasn't considered cruel or unusual. This was considered proper education. Victorian society genuinely believed that making children jump through linguistic hoops for basic needs was building character, teaching respect for authority, and preparing them for the rigors of adult life in the empire. Parents paid good money for this treatment. They genuinely believed they were giving their children the best possible start in life by subjecting them to this daily ritual of degradation. Letters home would brag about how well young Algernon was progressing in his Latin studies, conveniently omitting the fact that he'd wet himself twice that week because he couldn't remember the proper conjugation under pressure. The irony is delicious, really. These schools were supposedly teaching boys to become leaders of men, captains of industry, rulers of the empire, but they were doing it by breaking down their basic human dignity and turning natural bodily functions into tests of classical education. Nothing says future world leader quite like a 12-year-old boy pissing himself because he forgot whether latrinum takes the accusative or ablative case. And heaven help you if you were caught trying to sneak to the toilet without permission. Some teachers would station themselves in corridors specifically to catch unauthorized bathroom breaks. Getting caught meant not just punishment for you, but a stern lecture to the entire class about the importance of proper protocols and respect for authority. The truly brilliant minds among the teaching staff would sometimes deny perfectly correct Latin requests just to see how far they could push a child before they broke. I'm sorry, but your tone wasn't sufficiently respectful. Try again. Meanwhile, you're doing the desperate dance of the soon-to-be incontinent, learning valuable lessons about power, humiliation, and the arbitrary nature of authority. This wasn't just about toilets, of course. This was about control. Total, absolute, soul-crushing control over every aspect of a child's existence. They'd taken the most basic human need and weaponized it, turning it into a daily reminder that you were powerless, that your comfort didn't matter, and that every single thing you did was subject to the whims of your betters. By the time you finally stumbled back from the toilet, assuming you made it without incident, you'd learned far more than Latin grammar. You'd learned that your needs were secondary to institutional protocol, that your dignity was negotiable, and that survival in this place meant constant vigilance, perfect performance, and the ability to suppress your most basic human functions until they were deemed academically appropriate. But congratulations, you've survived your first bathroom emergency. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that your problems with Victorian education are just getting started, because tomorrow you'll be trying to write with your right hand even if you're naturally left-handed. And trust me, they have some very creative ways of ensuring your compliance with their ideas about proper penmanship. Because Victorian educators believed that precision in language reflected precision in character. A sloppy Latin request wasn't just a linguistic error, it was evidence of moral decay. These weren't just teachers, they were self-appointed guardians of civilization, and they took their jobs seriously, terrifyingly seriously. The Victorian obsession with Latin wasn't accidental. This was the language of empire, of scholarship, of the sort of gentleman who would go on to rule distant colonies and never question why the locals didn't appreciate being civilized. If you couldn't handle basic Latin grammar, how could you possibly be trusted with the future of the British Empire? So there you sit, legs crossed, face burning with embarrassment, trying to remember if the accusative case applies to toilet-related emergencies. Meanwhile, your bladder is staging its own little rebellion, and you're starting to understand why Victorian children always looked so miserable in photographs. The truly diabolical part, some teachers would pretend not to understand your Latin if it wasn't pronounced with the proper accent. Imagine being 12 years old, desperate for the loo, and having your teacher shake their head sadly because your pronunciation of latrinum sounded too working class. I'm sorry, Higgins, but I simply cannot understand what you're trying to say. Perhaps you should practice your elocution lessons more diligently. And if you dared to just get up and leave without permission, that was insubordination of the highest order. You'd be hauled back, publicly shamed, and then subjected to whatever creative punishment your teacher could devise. Maybe you'd have to write, "I must respect the proper protocols for bodily functions" 500 times in perfect copperplate handwriting. Maybe you'd spend the rest of the day standing at the back of the classroom, wet trousers and all, as a lesson to the other children about the importance of following proper procedures. The psychological warfare was exquisite. They turned the most basic human need into a test of classical education and social compliance. Every trip to the toilet became a tiny examination, a moment where you could fail spectacularly in front of your peers and be marked down as unworthy of basic respect. But here's where it gets even more twisted. The really sadistic teachers would use this system to play favorites. Little Reginald Fortescue Smythe, whose daddy was a lord and whose... Section 2. You might get whipped for left-handedness. You've barely survived the Latin toilet protocols when you sit down for penmanship class and reach for your pen with your left hand. Big mistake. Massive mistake. The kind of mistake that's about to introduce you to Victorian England's most creative interpretations of child abuse. The teacher's cane comes down across your knuckles with a crack that echoes through the classroom like a gunshot. Your hand explodes in pain, but you're not allowed to cry out. That would be another offense. Instead, you switch the pen to your right hand and try to form letters that look like they were written by a drunk spider having a seizure. Welcome to the wonderful world of Victorian handedness correction. where being born left-handed was treated like a moral failing that needed to be beaten out of you, literally. The Victorians had some fascinating theories about left-handedness. According to the leading educational minds of the day, using your left hand was suspicious, unnatural, and potentially demonic. The Latin word for left, sinister, wasn't chosen accidentally. It reflected genuine cultural beliefs that left-handed people were somehow morally corrupt, intellectually inferior, or spiritually compromised. This wasn't just superstition dressed up as education. Victorian society genuinely believed that forcing children to use their right hands would correct fundamental character flaws. Left-handedness was associated with stubbornness, rebellion, and an unwillingness to conform to proper social standards. If little Timothy insisted on reaching for his pen with his left hand, clearly Timothy needed to be taught some valuable lessons about compliance and proper behavior. The methods for correcting this defect ranged from mildly unpleasant to downright medieval. The gentler approach involved tying your left hand behind your back for hours at a time, forcing you to develop right-handed skills through sheer necessity. Your left arm would go numb, your shoulder would ache, and your handwriting would look like hieroglyphics drawn by a blindfolded toddler, but at least you weren't being actively tortured. The less gentle approaches were more creative. Some teachers would rap left-handed children across the knuckles with a wooden ruler every time they reached for their pen with the wrong hand. Others preferred a thin cane specifically designed for handedness correction, lighter than the standard disciplinary cane, but used far more frequently. The goal was to create a Pavlovian response where even thinking about using your left hand would trigger memories of pain and humiliation. The truly innovative educators developed specialized equipment, metal rulers designed to pinch fingers, writing boards with raised edges that would scrape against your left hand if you tried to use it, special desk arrangements that made left-handed writing physically impossible. They put serious thought and effort into making left-handed children as miserable as possible. But the psychological warfare was even more sophisticated than the physical torture. Teachers would publicly shame left-handed students, holding up their clumsy right-handed attempts at writing for the class to mock. Look at Henderson's penmanship, boys. This is what happens when you insist on being different, when you refuse to conform to proper standards. Henderson's handwriting looks like a chicken with epilepsy learned to hold a pen. The other children, desperate not to become targets themselves, would join in the mockery with enthusiasm. Your desk mates would accidentally jostle your right arm while you were trying to write, making your letters even worse, and earning you more punishment. Some would report on any secret left-handed activities they observed, earning teacher approval and social points, while making your life even more miserable. The truly diabolical part was how they'd frame this abuse as being for your own good. Henderson, we're not punishing you, we're helping you. Left-handedness will hold you back in life. Proper gentlemen use their right hands. We're giving you the tools you'll need to succeed in society. As if society's prejudices were natural laws rather than arbitrary cultural preferences that they were actively perpetuating. Some schools implemented point systems for handedness correction. Every time you unconsciously reached for something with your left hand, you lost points. Every day you successfully completed all writing exercises with your right hand, you gained points. At the end of the week, low-scoring students faced additional punishments, extra writing exercises, missed meals, or public humiliation in front of the entire school. The medical establishment was completely on board with this madness. Victorian doctors genuinely believed that left-handedness indicated brain abnormalities, moral weakness, or even hereditary criminality. They published papers with titles like The Sinister Hand, a study in moral degeneracy, and left-handedness and its connection to mental deficiency. This gave teachers scientific backing for their cruelty. They weren't just following tradition, they were implementing cutting-edge medical intervention. Parents were usually supportive of these correction efforts. Letters home would praise teachers for their dedication to fixing their child's handedness problem. Thank you for your patience with young Charles. We quite agree that his left-handed tendencies needed addressing, and we're pleased to hear that your correction methods are showing results. Because nothing says parental love quite like endorsing the systematic torture of your child's natural abilities. The physical consequences were immediate and obvious. Your right hand would cramp constantly from the unnatural strain. Your handwriting would be illegible for months, maybe years. Your fingers would be permanently stained with ink because you couldn't control the pen properly. But the psychological damage was even worse. You'd develop a paranoid awareness of your own hands, constantly monitoring yourself for any unconscious left-handed movements. Reaching for a book, picking up a fork, scratching your nose. Every gesture became a potential source of punishment. You'd catch yourself mid-motion and frantically switch hands, even when no one was watching, because the fear had become so deeply ingrained. The classroom became a minefield of potential handedness violations, group writing exercises, where teachers could easily spot left-handed lapses, art classes, where natural dexterity would betray you. Even eating meals became stressful, as teachers would patrol the dining hall looking for students who forgot to use their right hands for their forks. Some children developed sophisticated coping strategies. They'd learn to write with both hands, switching between them depending on who was watching. Others would develop elaborate systems of concealment, using their bodies to block teachers' views while they quickly completed tasks with their preferred hand before switching for public display. The truly committed teachers would follow up with home visits, checking whether parents were enforcing right-handed standards during holidays. They'd interview servants, examine personal belongings for signs of left-handed use, and provide detailed reports on students' progress in overcoming their handedness deficiency. But here's the thing that makes this whole system even more insane. It didn't actually work. Most left-handed children never fully converted to right-handedness. They just learned to hide their natural preferences and suffer in silence. They developed decent right-handed writing through sheer forced practice, but their left hands remained dominant for everything else. The schools were essentially teaching children to lie about their fundamental nature, while simultaneously traumatizing them for having that nature in the first place. The long-term psychological effects were predictable and severe. Many students developed anxiety disorders around writing and public performance. Some became pathologically concerned with conformity, terrified of standing out or being different in any way. Others developed a lifelong mistrust of authority figures and educational institutions. And the academic consequences were just as bad. While children were struggling to master basic right-handed writing, they were falling behind in every other subject. Their essays were illegible, their mathematical work was sloppy, and their artistic abilities were completely suppressed. All in service of correcting a perfectly natural human variation that affected roughly 10% of the population. But wait, it gets worse. Some schools took this obsession with conformity even further. If you managed to survive the handedness correction program, you might find yourself locked in a cupboard for the crime of talking back to a teacher. And trust me, Victorian definitions of talking back were far more expansive than you might expect. Section 3. You could be locked in a cupboard for talking back. You've just asked a perfectly reasonable question about why Napoleon lost at Waterloo when your teacher stops mid-sentence and fixes you with a stare that could freeze hellfire. Apparently, questioning historical facts counts as talking back, and in Victorian England, talking back has consequences that would make modern child psychologists weep. Within minutes, you're being dragged to a cupboard that's barely large enough to contain a mop bucket, much less a 12-year-old boy. The door slams shut with a finality that suggests you won't be seeing daylight for quite some time. Welcome to solitary confinement, Victorian boarding school style, where asking why was considered insubordination and curiosity was treated like a dangerous mental illness that needed to be cured through sensory deprivation. The cupboard is your new world now. It's perhaps 4 feet wide, 3 feet deep, and tall enough that you can stand if you don't mind your head touching the ceiling. There's no light switch, because there's no light. No windows, because windows would be a comfort, and comfort is the enemy of proper education. Just you, complete darkness, and the growing realization that this is what passes for character building in the most civilized empire on earth. Victorian educators had a wonderfully expansive definition of talking back, asking for clarification on an instruction, talking back, requesting permission to retrieve a dropped pencil, talking back, pointing out that the teacher had made a factual error, definitely talking back, with a side order of impertinence that would double your sentence. The philosophy behind cupboard punishment was deliciously simple. Children were meant to be seen and not heard, and if they couldn't manage the not heard part voluntarily, well, Victorian ingenuity would solve that problem. Sensory deprivation would teach you the value of silence, the importance of obedience, and the consequences of having opinions above your station. Different schools had different types of punishment cupboards, each designed with its own special brand of psychological torture. Some were converted broom closets, reeking of cleaning chemicals and crawling with spiders. Others were purpose-built isolation chambers, scientifically designed to maximize discomfort while staying just this side of what contemporary society considered acceptable child treatment. The deluxe models featured special enhancements, uneven floors that made it impossible to sit comfortably, walls that were deliberately rough, so leaning against them would scrape your skin, temperatures carefully regulated to be just uncomfortable enough to add physical misery to the psychological torment. Because why settle for simple imprisonment when you could create a carefully crafted hellscape? Time moves differently in the cupboard. Without any visual references or stimulation, minutes feel like hours and hours feel like days. You find yourself counting heartbeats, trying to track the passage of time by the sounds filtering through the walls, footsteps in the corridor, muffled voices from classrooms, the distant chiming of the school clock, if you're lucky enough to hear it. Your mind starts playing tricks almost immediately. That shadow in the corner, is it actually a shadow or something worse? The creaking sounds, are they just the building settling, or is something moving around in there with you? Victorian buildings were full of rats, mice, and insects, and punishment cupboards weren't exactly maintained to five-star hotel standards. The psychological pressure is immediate and intense. You start rehearsing apologies, planning exactly what you'll say when they finally let you out. You promise yourself you'll never ask another question, never show curiosity, never do anything that might be interpreted as talking back. The isolation is breaking down your natural intellectual instincts and replacing them with pure survival mode. But here's where it gets really twisted. Sometimes teachers would forget about you, not maliciously, just as a natural consequence of running a school with dozens of children and multiple ongoing punishments. You might be scheduled for a 2-hour cupboard session, but if your teacher got distracted by other disciplinary matters, you could end up spending the entire afternoon in solitary confinement. Other teachers would use the cupboard strategically, timing your imprisonment to coincide with meals or recreational activities. Missing lunch wasn't just about hunger, it was about social isolation, about being excluded from the community, while everyone else shared food and conversation. You'd emerge hours later, disoriented and starving, to find that life had continued without you. The really creative educators would combine cupboard punishment with other disciplinary measures. You'd be locked in the dark for several hours, then dragged out to face additional punishments. Extra writing assignments completed with your non-dominant hand, public apologies delivered in front of the entire school, physical exercises designed to exhaust and humiliate you further. Some schools had multiple punishment cupboards, allowing teachers to customize the experience based on the severity of your talking back offense. The minor impertinence cupboard might be slightly larger and feature a small ventilation grate. The serious insubordination cupboard would be smaller, stuffier, and located in the basement where the sounds of normal school life couldn't reach you. Teachers would sometimes conduct cupboard inspections opening the door periodically to check on your attitude adjustment progress. Have you learned your lesson yet, Morrison? Are you ready to show proper respect for authority? The wrong answer meant more time in isolation. The right answer had to be delivered with exactly the right tone of contrition, or you'd be accused of sarcasm and sent back in. The social dynamics around cupboard punishment were particularly cruel. Other students would whisper about who was currently in the cupboard, turning your suffering into entertainment and social currency. Some would compete to avoid being the next victim, becoming increasingly sycophantic toward teachers and reporting on their classmates' potential talking back incidents. Parents were generally supportive of cupboard discipline, viewing it as character building and proper preparation for adult life. Letters home would cheerfully report on their children's attitude adjustment sessions, praising teachers for their dedication to molding proper behavior, because nothing says quality education quite like sensory deprivation torture for curious children. The long-term psychological effects were predictable and severe. Students learned to suppress natural curiosity, to never question authority, and to view intellectual engagement as dangerous. Many developed claustrophobia, anxiety disorders, and a lifelong fear of small spaces. Others became pathologically compliant, unable to advocate for themselves or express disagreement, even in appropriate contexts. Some children developed elaborate coping mechanisms for cupboard time, mental games to track time passage, imaginary conversations to maintain sanity, physical exercises to prevent their muscles from cramping in the confined space, meditation techniques invented out of pure desperation to survive the psychological pressure. The worst part? This wasn't considered cruel or unusual punishment. This was considered progressive discipline, a humane alternative to physical beating that addressed character flaws through psychological intervention. Victorian educators genuinely believed they were pioneering advanced child psychology by traumatizing children into compliance. Teachers would sometimes use the threat of cupboard punishment to control entire classrooms. I see some faces that look dangerously close to talking back. Perhaps a few hours of reflection would help adjust those attitudes. The fear was so effective that most students learned to suppress any sign of independent thought or curiosity. But here's the beautiful irony. Victorian society claimed to value intellectual achievement and academic excellence, while simultaneously punishing children for showing interest in learning. They wanted scholars and leaders, but only if those scholars never asked inconvenient questions or challenged established authority. After several hours in the cupboard, you emerge blinking and disoriented, your legs cramped from the confined space, and your mind fuzzy from sensory deprivation. You've learned valuable lessons about obedience, compliance, and the dangers of intellectual curiosity. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that Victorian educators had even more creative ways to break your spirit. Tomorrow, you might find yourself in trouble for something as simple as having red cheeks. Section 4. Girls were sometimes punished for having two red cheeks. You're a 12-year-old girl who's just run up 3 flights of stairs to avoid being late for morning prayers, and now you're standing in the chapel with naturally flushed cheeks from the exertion. Unfortunately, Miss Prudence Whitmore has spotted your rosy complexion and decided you're displaying dangerous signs of moral corruption that require immediate intervention. Welcome to Victorian girls' education, where having a healthy circulation was treated as evidence of improper thoughts, loose morals, and spiritual contamination that needed to be beaten out of you with vinegar and shame. Victorian society had some absolutely fascinating theories about female physiology and moral character. According to the leading educational minds of the day, a proper young lady should be pale, and preferably look like she was recovering from a serious illness. Rosy cheeks were associated with robust health, physical activity, and worst of all, sexual vitality, all things that were considered deeply inappropriate in a well-bred female. The logic was beautifully twisted. Red cheeks suggested blood flow suggested physical vigor suggested carnal appetites, and carnal appetites were the devil's gateway to moral destruction. Therefore, if little Penelope had pink cheeks after running to class, clearly Penelope was harboring impure thoughts that needed to be corrected through systematic humiliation and chemical intervention. This wasn't just about appearance. This was about controlling every aspect of female physicality and ensuring that girls learned to suppress any sign of natural vitality. The ideal Victorian lady was supposed to be ethereal, delicate, and preferably so refined that she might evaporate at any moment. Healthy color in the cheeks was evidence that you were far too earthy, too robust, too dangerously alive for proper feminine deportment. The punishment methods for excessive cheek redness were as creative as they were cruel. The first line of defense was vinegar treatment, cold, vinegar-soaked cloths applied to your face for hours at a time. The acid would sting your skin, make your eyes water, and leave you smelling like a pickle factory, but at least your cheeks would be appropriately pale and wan afterward. Some schools preferred lemon juice treatments, which had the added benefit of making your skin photosensitive, so you'd be even more likely to burn or blister if exposed to sunlight. Others used diluted bleaching solutions, because nothing says quality education quite like chemically altering children's natural complexions to meet arbitrary beauty standards. The psychological warfare was even more sophisticated. Teachers would conduct daily complexion inspections, lining up girls to examine their faces for signs of inappropriate color. You'd stand there while Miss Whitmore scrutinized your cheeks, nose, and forehead, looking for any hint of natural health that needed correcting. Isabella, your cheeks are looking rather flushed today. Have you been having improper thoughts? Have you been engaging in unseemly physical activity? Perhaps some time in prayer and reflection will help you achieve a more appropriate pallor, as if blood circulation was a moral choice rather than a basic biological function. The truly diabolical part was how they'd create the very conditions that caused flushed cheeks, then punish girls for displaying them. You'd be forced to run laps as punishment for some minor infraction, then immediately disciplined for having red cheeks from the exertion. Or you'd be made to stand in a hot, stuffy classroom for hours, then punished when your face naturally flushed from the heat. Different schools had different standards for acceptable complexion. Some allowed a hint of pink, as long as it wasn't brazen or vulgar. Others demanded complete pallor at all times, treating any deviation from corpse-like whiteness as evidence of moral failing. The more elite the institution, the more extreme the standards became. Teachers would sometimes use complexion as a diagnostic tool for other behavioral problems. Red cheeks meant you were probably engaging in unseemly thoughts or activities during your free time. Pink ears suggested you'd been listening to inappropriate conversations. Any color anywhere on your face was evidence that you needed closer supervision and more intensive moral correction. The social dynamics around complexion policing were particularly cruel. Girls would monitor each other constantly, reporting on classmates who showed dangerous signs of healthy color. Some would deliberately stay indoors and avoid any physical activity to maintain the proper pallor. Others would pinch their cheeks before inspections to create temporary redness that would fade quickly, hoping to satisfy teachers' expectations without long-term consequences. Parents were usually supportive of complexion discipline, viewing it as essential preparation for proper adult femininity. Letters home would praise teachers for their attention to their daughters' moral and physical development. Thank you for correcting Arabella's unfortunate tendency toward ruddy cheeks. We quite agree that proper ladies should maintain a delicate complexion. The medical establishment was completely on board with this madness. Victorian doctors published papers about the connection between female complexion and moral character, providing scientific backing for the systematic suppression of natural health indicators in young women. They genuinely believed that pale, sickly-looking women were morally superior to healthy, vibrant ones. Some schools implemented elaborate systems for monitoring and correcting complexion issues, daily color charts where teachers would rate each girl's facial hue on a scale from appropriately pale to dangerously flushed. weekly reports sent home to parents detailing their daughter's complexion progress, special dietary restrictions designed to reduce blood flow and promote the desired one appearance. The physical consequences were immediate and obvious. The chemical treatments would damage your skin, leaving it dry, irritated, and prone to infection. The constant monitoring would make you hyper-aware of your own face, obsessively checking mirrors for signs of inappropriate color. The emphasis on pallor would encourage behaviors that were actually unhealthy, avoiding sunlight, minimizing physical activity, and maintaining poor circulation. But the psychological damage was even worse. You'd learn to view your own natural physiological responses as shameful and wrong, blushing from embarrassment, flushing from exertion. Even the natural color variations that came with changing weather or emotions, all of these became sources of anxiety and self-consciousness. The classroom became a constant source of stress around complexion issues. You'd monitor your face obsessively during lessons, worried that answering a question enthusiastically might cause your cheeks to flush. You'd avoid eye contact with teachers, afraid that any emotional response might trigger unwanted color. You'd learn to suppress excitement, curiosity, and enthusiasm because they might lead to physiological changes that would be interpreted as moral failings. Some girls developed sophisticated coping strategies. They'd learn to control their breathing to minimize facial flushing. They'd position themselves near windows or in drafty areas to keep their faces cool. They'd practice emotional suppression techniques to avoid any reaction that might cause color changes. The truly committed schools would follow up with detailed monitoring of girls' complexion, even during holidays. Teachers would inspect returning students for signs that they'd allowed their color to become too healthy during breaks. They'd interview parents about their daughter's activities and appearance while away from school. But here's the thing that makes this whole system even more insane. It was completely counterproductive to actual health and education. While girls were obsessing about maintaining sickly pallor and avoiding any sign of vitality, they were falling behind academically and developing serious health problems from the stress and chemical treatments. Many students developed eating disorders, deliberately restricting their nutrition to maintain the one, undernourished appearance that was considered ideal. Others became pathologically afraid of physical activity, avoiding anything that might cause their circulation to improve. Some developed anxiety disorders around their own physiological responses, becoming hypervigilant about every change in their body's natural functions. The long-term consequences were predictable and severe. Women who'd been through this system often struggled with body image issues, self-consciousness about natural health indicators, and an inability to trust their own physiological responses. Many remained pale, weak, and sickly well into adulthood, having learned to suppress the very vitality that might have helped them thrive. And the academic consequences were just as bad. While girls were focused on maintaining appropriate pallor and suppressing natural vigor, they were missing out on the kind of robust, intellectual, and physical development that actually prepared them for adult life. All in service of an arbitrary beauty standard that equated health with moral corruption. But if you think complexion monitoring was bad, wait until you discover what happened when you failed to make your bed with military precision. Because Victorian boarding schools didn't just monitor your face, they monitored every aspect of your personal space with the intensity of a forensic investigation. Section 5. Beds were inspected daily, with rulers. You've just spent 15 minutes making your bed with the precision of a Swiss watchmaker, tucking hospital corners so tight they could bounce a penny. When Matron Pemberton arrives for morning inspection with her ruler and the dead-eyed expression of someone who genuinely enjoys crushing children's souls, she measures the distance between your pillow and the headboard, 3¼ inches. The regulation distance is 3 inches. Exactly. You're getting written up, and you'll be redoing the entire bed while she shouts at you about the moral implications of improper pillow placement. Welcome to the wonderful world of Victorian bed inspections, where making your bed wasn't just about tidiness, it was a daily examination of your character, your attention to detail, and your worthiness to exist in civilized society. Victorian boarding schools operated on the principle that how you made your bed in the morning predicted how you'd run the British Empire in adulthood. A wrinkled sheet suggested moral weakness. A crooked blanket indicated character flaws. A pillow that wasn't perfectly centered meant you were probably destined for a life of crime and social disgrace. The inspection process was scientifically designed to find fault with everyone. Matrons would arrive in the dormitories armed with rulers, measuring tapes, and a profound understanding of geometric precision that would make engineers weep with envy. Every aspect of your bed-making would be measured, evaluated, and critiqued with the intensity usually reserved for military fortifications. Sheet tension was measured by the bounce test. Your top sheet had to be pulled so tight that a dropped coin would bounce at least 6 inches high. Too loose, and you demonstrated insufficient commitment to excellence. Too tight, and you'd be accused of showing off or wasting time on unnecessary perfectionism. There was a precise sweet spot of sheet tension that took months to master and could be lost forever if your hands were slightly damp from washing. Corner tucking was evaluated with mathematical precision. Hospital corners had to be folded at exactly 45-degree angles with no loose fabric and no bunching. The corner measurements were taken with rulers, and deviations of even a quarter inch were grounds for complete bed remaking. Some matrons would actually use protractors to verify corner angles because apparently bed making was serious business in the empire business. Pillow placement was perhaps the most insane aspect of the entire process. Not only did your pillow have to be perfectly centered on the bed, but it had to be positioned at exactly the right distance from the headboard, plumped to the precise degree of firmness, and oriented so that any decorative patterns were perfectly symmetrical. Some schools required pillows to be positioned with their openings facing away from the door, while others demanded the opposite orientation. Blanket alignment was checked with string lines and measuring devices. Your blankets had to hang exactly the same distance on both sides of the bed, with perfectly parallel edges and no wrinkles anywhere. The foot of the blanket had to align precisely with the foot of the mattress, not hanging over, not falling short, but exactly flush with the edge. The truly diabolical part was how they'd create impossible standards that no child could consistently meet. Room temperatures would fluctuate overnight, causing fabric to expand or contract slightly, throwing off your careful measurements. Humidity would affect how sheets lay, making yesterday's perfect technique completely wrong today. You could make your bed identically for a week and fail inspection 3 times because of factors completely beyond your control. Different matrons had different standards, and they deliberately never tell you what those standards were. Mrs. Henderson might prioritize sheet tightness above all else, while Miss Cromwell focused obsessively on pillow symmetry. You'd master one matron's requirements, only to have a substitute inspector fail you for completely different reasons. The inconsistency was deliberate. It kept you constantly anxious and unable to develop confidence in your abilities. Some schools implemented point systems for bed inspections. Perfect beds earned you gold stars, minor infractions got you silver, and major failures resulted in red marks that would follow you for weeks. At the end of each month, students with too many red marks faced additional punishments, missed meals, extra chores, or public humiliation in front of the entire school. The speed requirement added another layer of impossibility to the process. You had exactly 15 minutes between wake-up bell and inspection time to wash, dress, and achieve bed-making perfection. This meant you'd often have to choose between personal hygiene and bed quality, leading to the delightful situation where clean children with imperfect beds were punished alongside dirty children with perfect beds. Teachers would sometimes sabotage beds after inspection, creating deliberate wrinkles or displacement that would be discovered during surprise re-inspections later in the day. Henderson, your bed was acceptable this morning, but look at this disgraceful state it's in now. Clearly you've been sitting on it during the day, which shows a fundamental lack of respect for proper standards. The psychological pressure was immediate and intense. You'd lie awake at night, worrying about the next morning's inspection, mentally rehearsing your bed-making technique, and trying to anticipate what might go wrong. Some children developed insomnia from the stress, which only made them more prone to bed-making errors due to exhaustion and shaky hands. The social dynamics around bed inspections were particularly cruel. Students whose beds consistently passed inspection would be held up as examples, creating jealousy and competition among dormitory mates. Those who repeatedly failed would be ostracized by their peers, blamed for bringing down the overall dormitory scores, and earning collective punishments for everyone. Dormitory mates would sometimes sabotage each other's beds, creating tiny imperfections that would be discovered during inspection. A slight tug on a corner, a small indentation in a pillow, a barely visible wrinkle in a sheet. Any of these could ruin a perfect bed and earn your roommate a day of punishment and humiliation. The punishment for bed-making failures escalated quickly from inconvenient to genuinely cruel. First offense might mean remaking the bed 3 times under supervision. Second offense could involve remaking every bed in the dormitory, while other students watched and critiqued your technique. Third offense might mean spending your lunch hour practicing bedmaking with increasingly impossible standards. Repeat offenders faced creative punishments designed to break their spirit completely. Some were required to sleep on the floor beside their perfectly made beds, forbidden from actually using the bedding they'd worked so hard to arrange. Others had to remake their beds hourly throughout the day, destroying and recreating their work in an endless cycle of frustration. The medical consequences were immediate and obvious. The stress of daily inspection caused anxiety disorders in many students. The pressure to achieve impossible perfection led to obsessive-compulsive behaviors that persisted long after graduation. Some children developed chronic insomnia, lying awake planning their bed-making strategy or worrying about the next day's inspection. But the psychological damage went much deeper. Students learned that their efforts would never be quite good enough, that authority figures would always find fault with their work, and that perfection was both demanded and impossible to achieve. This created a generation of adults who were either paralyzed by perfectionism or completely indifferent to standards of any kind. The irony was delicious, really. These schools claimed to be preparing boys for leadership roles in the military and government, but they were doing it by breaking down their confidence and teaching them that their best efforts would always be inadequate. Nothing says future army officer quite like a nervous breakdown over sheet tension measurements. Some students developed elaborate coping mechanisms for bed inspection. Anxiety. They'd wake up hours early to practice their technique repeatedly. They'd study other students' successful beds, trying to reverse engineer the secrets of consistent success. They'd create detailed notes about each matron's particular preferences and requirements. The truly innovative students would attempt to game the system by pre-positioning their bedding in ways that made morning success more likely. They'd sleep in specific positions to minimize sheet wrinkling. They'd use secret techniques for maintaining pillow shape overnight. Some even tried sleeping on top of their made beds, using their overcoats as blankets to preserve the perfect arrangement underneath. Teachers would sometimes conduct surprise bed inspections during lessons, checking dormitories when students couldn't defend or explain their bed-making choices. Finding an imperfect bed during class time would result in immediate public humiliation, as the offending student would be summoned from their lesson to face questioning about their domestic failures in front of their classmates. The most sadistic matrons would implement seasonal variations in bed-making standards, changing requirements based on weather, humidity, or arbitrary schedule changes. Spring inspection standards might emphasize pillow fluffiness, while winter standards focused on blanket weight distribution. Students would master one seasonal technique only to discover that the rules had completely changed. But here's the thing that makes this whole system even more insane. It actually made students worse at practical life skills, not better. While they were obsessing over millimeter measurements, and geometric precision, they weren't learning anything useful about actual housekeeping, personal organization, or practical problem solving. Many graduates left school completely unable to function in normal domestic environments. They'd either become paralyzed by the fear of making mistakes or completely rebel against any kind of organizational system. Some developed lifelong phobias about bed making, while others became so obsessed with perfection that they couldn't complete simple tasks without excessive anxiety. The academic consequences were predictable and severe. Students who were exhausted from bed-making stress and sleep deprivation performed poorly in classes. Those who were obsessing over domestic perfection had no mental energy left for intellectual pursuits. And those who were receiving constant negative feedback about their abilities developed learned helplessness that affected every aspect of their school performance. But congratulations, you've survived another morning inspection without complete humiliation. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that bed-making standards were just the beginning of your problems with authority figures at this school. Because Victorian boarding schools didn't just have teachers and matrons, they had prefects, and prefects had some very creative ideas about how to use their power over younger students. Section 6. Prefects could force you to shine their shoes. You've just finished congratulating yourself on surviving bed inspection when 17-year-old Algernon Wickham Smythe corners you in the corridor and informs you that his shoes require immediate attention. You're 12, he's practically an adult, and according to the school's delightful hierarchy system, you're now his personal servant, whether you like it or not. Welcome to the prefect system, where Victorian boarding schools took the perfectly reasonable concept of student leadership and turned it into legalized child slavery with a dash of sadistic creativity thrown in for educational purposes. The prefect system was supposed to teach responsibility, leadership, and moral character to older students while providing guidance and mentorship to younger ones. In practice, it created a miniature feudal society where teenage boys with anger management issues were given absolute power over terrified children and predictably abused that power in every way their adolescent minds could devise. Prefects were typically students in their final 2 years, selected by teachers for their academic achievement, athletic prowess, or family connections. The selection process was supposedly about identifying natural leaders, but it really just identified the students who were best at sucking up to authority figures while simultaneously terrorizing their peers without getting caught. The shoe shining requirement was just the beginning of your problems with the prefect system. According to school tradition, younger students were expected to provide services to their prefect overlords as part of their character development. Shoe shining was considered entry-level servitude, the kind of humble task that would teach you respect for your betters and the value of hard work. But Victorian shoe care wasn't just a quick wipe down with a cloth. This was a multi-stage process that required genuine skill, quality materials, and significant time investment. You'd need to remove every speck of dirt, apply multiple layers of polish, buff to a mirror shine, and ensure that the leather was properly conditioned and protected. A proper shoe shine could take 30 to 40 minutes per pair, and prefects typically owned multiple pairs of shoes that required regular maintenance. The quality standards were impossibly high and completely subjective. Algernon might reject your best efforts simply because he was in a bad mood or wanted to demonstrate his power over you. I can see my reflection, but it's not clear enough. Do them again, and this time try not to embarrass yourself quite so thoroughly. Different prefects had different requirements and preferences, none of which they'd explain in advance. Some wanted their shoes polished to a mirror finish that could blind pilots. Others preferred a more subtle shine that wouldn't look vulgar or overdone. Some insisted on specific brands of polish, particular buffing techniques, or elaborate conditioning rituals that bordered on religious ceremony. The timing requirements added another layer of impossibility to the situation. Prefects would typically demand shoe service at the most inconvenient possible moments, right before meals, during your limited free time, or when you had urgent homework to complete. Refusing or asking to delay the service was considered insubordination and would result in additional punishments and extended servitude. The social dynamics around prefect service were particularly twisted. Younger students would compete for the attention of nicer prefects, hoping to avoid assignment to the genuinely sadistic ones. Some prefects would deliberately create competition among their servants, promising better treatment to whichever younger student provided superior service. The power imbalance was absolute and deliberately fostered by the school administration. Teachers actively supported the prefect system, viewing it as character building for both the servants and the masters. If you complained about prefect treatment, you'd be lectured about respect for hierarchy, the importance of learning your place, and the valuable lessons being provided by your older and wiser schoolmates. Prefects could assign additional punishments for unsatisfactory service. Poor shoe shining might result in having to polish the shoes of multiple prefects, clean their dormitory areas, or perform other menial tasks that cut into your study time and sleep. The punishments were limited only by the prefect's imagination and their need to maintain plausible deniability with the teaching staff. Some prefects developed elaborate point systems for evaluating younger students' service. You'd be rated on speed, quality, attitude, and overall subservience. High scores might earn you slightly better treatment or reduced service requirements. Low scores would result in escalating punishments and increasingly demanding service obligations. The truly creative prefects would combine shoe service with other forms of humiliation. You might be required to shine shoes while reciting Latin conjugations, ensuring that any mistake in either task would result in starting over completely. Or you'd have to maintain perfect posture while working, with any slouching or relaxation earning you additional time and criticism. The equipment and supplies were deliberately inadequate and expensive. You'd be expected to provide your own polish, brushes, and cloths, but prefects would frequently borrow your materials for their own use, or deliberately destroy them if they were dissatisfied with your service. Replacing shoe care supplies required money that most students didn't have, and permission to visit local shops that was rarely granted. The timing of service demands was strategically designed to interfere with your other obligations. Prefects would wait until you were rushing to complete homework assignments, then demand immediate shoe attention that would make it impossible to finish your work on time. Missing academic deadlines because of prefect service wasn't considered a valid excuse. You were expected to manage both obligations perfectly. Physical punishment for poor service was common and tacitly approved by school authorities. Prefects couldn't officially beat younger students, but they could impose corrective measures like forced calisthenics, uncomfortable positions, or extended periods of standing at attention. A poorly shined shoe might earn you 50 push-ups or an hour of standing motionless in the prefect's dormitory. The psychological manipulation was even more sophisticated than the physical punishment. Prefects would use shame, humiliation, and social pressure to ensure compliance. Johnston here can't seem to manage a simple shoe shine. Perhaps he's not as clever as his test scores suggest. Maybe he needs some extra practice to develop proper attention to detail. Group punishments were particularly effective for ensuring compliance. If one younger student provided unsatisfactory service, the prefect might punish an entire group of servants, creating peer pressure and resentment that would be directed at the underperformer rather than the prefect imposing the punishment. The service obligations extended beyond simple shoe care. Successful shoe shiners might be promoted to additional prefect services, cleaning dormitory areas, organizing personal belongings, running errands, or providing other forms of personal assistance. The more competent you became, the more demands would be placed on your time and energy. Some prefects would loan out their servants to other prefects, creating an informal economy of forced labor where younger students could be traded, borrowed, or shared based on their skills and the relationships between their masters. You might find yourself shining shoes for multiple prefects simultaneously, each with different standards and expectations. The academic consequences were immediate and obvious. Time spent on prefect service was time not spent on homework, study, or rest. Students who were exhausted from extended shoe-shining sessions performed poorly in classes, which led to additional punishments from teachers who didn't care about the reasons for academic decline. But the psychological damage was even worse. Students learned that their time and effort belonged to others, that their own needs and goals were secondary to the whims of their social superiors, and that competence would be rewarded with increased exploitation rather than respect or freedom. The long-term effects were predictable and severe. Many students developed either excessive deference to authority figures or complete rebellion against hierarchical systems. Some became obsessed with social status and power, determined never to be in a subservient position again. Others developed learned helplessness and an inability to advocate for themselves in unfair situations. The irony was that the prefect system actually created worse leaders, not better ones. Students who abused their power as prefects often became adults who confused authority with competence and leadership with domination. Those who were victimized by the system frequently became either overly passive or unnecessarily aggressive in their adult relationships. But here's the truly twisted part. This entire system of legalized servitude was happening while teachers and administrators read your personal correspondence to ensure you weren't complaining about your treatment. Because Victorian boarding schools didn't just control your body and your time, they controlled your communication with the outside world, making sure that nobody would ever know exactly how bad things really were. Section 7. Every letter you wrote home was censored. You're sitting in the letter-writing period on Sunday afternoon, desperately trying to compose a message to your parents that might somehow convey the absolute nightmare of your daily existence without actually saying anything that will get you beaten to death by teachers who read every single word before it leaves the school grounds. Your carefully crafted plea for rescue gets crossed out and rewritten by Mr. Grimsby until it reads like a thank you note from summer camp rather than the cry for help it actually was. Welcome to Victorian communication censorship, where even your most private thoughts weren't actually private, and your desperate attempts to contact the outside world were edited into cheerful propaganda by the very people who were making your life miserable. The letter censorship system was perhaps the most psychologically devastating aspect of Victorian boarding school life, because it cut off your last connection to hope, help, and human compassion. Every piece of correspondence, incoming and outgoing, was opened, read, analyzed, and frequently rewritten by school staff who had a vested interest in maintaining their reputation and keeping parents happy with their educational investment. Sunday letter writing was a mandatory activity disguised as a privilege. You were required to write home weekly, but the content was strictly controlled through a combination of explicit rules and implicit threats. Letters had to be positive, grateful, and educational. Complaints, requests for help, or descriptions of actual school conditions were forbidden and would result in immediate punishment. The censorship process was thorough and systematic. Teachers would read your letter while you sat there waiting, making corrections, deletions, and additions in red ink that turned your authentic voice into institutional propaganda. "I miss you terribly and want to come home" became "I am learning valuable lessons in independence and character development." "The food is inedible and I'm always hungry" became "the simple, wholesome meals are teaching me to appreciate basic nutrition." Some teachers would require multiple drafts until your letter met their standards for appropriate content and tone. You'd spend hours rewriting the same message, removing any hint of unhappiness or criticism, until what remained was a sanitized version that bore no resemblance to your actual experience or feelings. The most diabolical aspect was how they'd use your own words against you. If you mentioned missing home, teachers would lecture you about weakness and the importance of emotional independence. If you described physical discomfort, they'd explain how hardship builds character and resilience. Your natural human responses were reframed as character flaws that needed correction. Incoming letters were also heavily censored, with any expressions of sympathy, concern, or willingness to remove you from school being deleted before the letters reached you. Your parents might write, "If you're truly unhappy, we can discuss other arrangements," but you'd receive a version that read, "We're confident you're learning valuable lessons." The censorship worked both ways, ensuring that neither you nor your parents could communicate honestly about your situation. Some schools would delay letter delivery strategically, holding back correspondence that might interfere with school objectives. A letter from home, arriving on a day when you were already emotionally fragile, might be held for weeks, until teachers decided you were in a more receptive state of mind. The psychological impact was immediate and devastating. You'd quickly learn that your authentic thoughts and feelings were unacceptable, that your emotional responses were wrong, and that even your parents couldn't be trusted with the truth about your experience. The censorship system taught you to suppress your own internal voice and replace it with acceptable institutional messaging. Teachers would sometimes use letter content as grounds for additional punishment. If your uncensored draft contained inappropriate complaints or requests, you'd face disciplinary action for having improper thoughts, even though those thoughts were never actually communicated to your parents. The censorship became a form of thought policing where your internal experiences were monitored and controlled. The social dynamics around letter writing were particularly cruel. Students would compete to write letters that required minimal censorship, hoping to avoid the humiliation of having their authentic voices completely overwritten. Some developed elaborate coding systems, trying to communicate real information through seemingly innocent phrases that might escape teacher detection. Parents were generally unaware of the censorship system, or if they knew about it, they approved of it as part of the school's character-building mission. They'd receive cheerful, grateful letters from children who were actually miserable, and they'd interpret this as evidence that the school was successfully building resilience and proper attitude. The censorship extended beyond personal correspondence to any form of written expression. Diary entries, creative writing assignments, and even academic essays were monitored for signs of inappropriate thinking or emotional instability. You learned that writing anything authentic was dangerous and that your thoughts needed to conform to institutional expectations. Some students stopped writing altogether, rather than endure the humiliation of having their words rewritten and their feelings dismissed as inappropriate. Others developed a kind of literary dissociation, writing what they knew teachers wanted to hear while completely disconnecting from their own emotional experiences. The long-term psychological consequences were severe and lasting. Many students developed an inability to express authentic emotions or communicate genuine needs. They learned that their internal experiences were wrong, that authority figures knew better than they did about their own feelings, and that seeking help was futile because their calls for assistance would be intercepted and rewritten. The censorship system also damaged relationships with parents and family members. Children would return home for holidays, unable to communicate honestly about their experiences, having learned that authentic expression was dangerous and unwelcome. Parents would remain unaware of their children's suffering, continuing to support schools that were systematically breaking down their children's emotional well-being. Some schools would create fictional correspondence when students refused to write acceptable letters. Teachers would compose cheerful, grateful messages in students' handwriting, ensuring that parents received regular communication even when their children were too broken or rebellious to participate in the charade. The truly sadistic educators would use censorship as a teaching tool, publicly reading excerpts from censored letters to demonstrate the difference between appropriate and inappropriate expression. Your private thoughts and feelings became classroom examples of poor judgment and improper attitude, shared with classmates as lessons in correct thinking. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of the censorship system was how it trained students to internalize the censorship process. Eventually, you'd stop writing authentic thoughts altogether, automatically self-censoring before putting pen to paper. You'd learn to think in institutional-approved language, suppressing your own voice so completely that you'd forget what your authentic thoughts and feelings actually were. The academic impact was significant as well. Students who were afraid to express genuine thoughts in their correspondence became equally cautious in their academic writing, producing bland conformist essays that demonstrated compliance rather than intellectual engagement. The censorship system killed creativity, critical thinking, and authentic self-expression across all areas of school life. Teachers would sometimes use letter writing as diagnostic tool for identifying students who needed additional attitude adjustment. Frequent censorship requirements marked you as a problem student who required closer supervision and more intensive character correction. The system created a feedback loop where authentic expression led to increased punishment, which led to further suppression of genuine thoughts and feelings. But congratulations, you've learned to communicate only in school-approved platitudes, and your desperate cries for help have been successfully transformed into grateful testimonials. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that Victorian educators had even more creative ways to suppress your natural human responses. Because tomorrow you might be punished for the crime of smiling at the wrong moment. And trust me, their definition of wrong moment is far more expansive than you might expect. Section 8. You might be punished for smiling at the wrong time. You're sitting through morning prayers when something genuinely amusing crosses your mind. Maybe the way Reverend Pemberton's mustache twitches when he hits the high notes, and the corner of your mouth turns up in the tiniest hint of a smile. Unfortunately, this microscopic display of human joy has been spotted by Mr. Grimsby, who interprets facial expressions like a Victorian facial profiler, and has decided that your momentary happiness is evidence of moral corruption that requires immediate correction. Welcome to the wonderful world of emotional policing, where Victorian boarding schools monitored not just your behavior and thoughts, but every fleeting expression that crossed your face, treating normal human emotions as symptoms of character defects that needed to be beaten out of you with canes and shame. The Victorian obsession with emotional control wasn't just about maintaining order, it was about creating a generation of humans who were so thoroughly suppressed that they'd never question authority, never express spontaneous joy, and never display any emotion that wasn't specifically approved by their betters. They wanted to produce perfect little automatons who would go forth and efficiently manage an empire without being distracted by inconvenient feelings. Smiling was particularly dangerous because it suggested that you were experiencing pleasure, and pleasure was the enemy of proper character development. According to Victorian educational theory, children who smiled too easily were displaying dangerous signs of frivolity, lack of seriousness, and insufficient appreciation for the gravity of their moral education. The monitoring of facial expressions was constant and systematic. Teachers were trained to watch for unauthorized emotional displays during lessons, meals, prayers, and even supposedly recreational activities. A smile during mathematics suggested you weren't taking your education seriously enough. A grin during literature meant you were probably thinking improper thoughts about the text. Any display of happiness during religious instruction was evidence of spiritual inadequacy that required immediate correction. Different contexts had different rules for acceptable emotional expression, none of which were clearly explained to students. You were expected to intuitively understand when smiling was appropriate, almost never, and when it was a punishable offense, almost always. The ambiguity was deliberate. It kept you constantly anxious about your facial expressions and hyper-aware of potential emotional violations. Morning prayers were particularly treacherous territory for unauthorized smiling. You were supposed to maintain an expression of serious devotion throughout the entire service, but human minds wander, and wandering minds sometimes find amusement in unexpected places. A moment of levity during sacred time was treated as evidence of spiritual bankruptcy that required extensive correction through additional prayer time, religious instruction, and physical punishment. Classroom smiling was interpreted based on subject matter and timing. A smile during a lesson about British military victories might be acceptable, suggesting proper patriotic feeling. The same smile during a lesson about imperial responsibility would be suspicious, suggesting you weren't taking the serious business of civilization seriously enough. Teachers became expert at reading micro-expressions and finding sinister meaning in the most innocent facial movements. Mealtime smiling was particularly dangerous because it suggested you were enjoying the deliberately unpleasant food, which indicated either poor taste, low standards, or dangerous frivolity. The institutional food was designed to be barely edible, teaching lessons about austerity and proper priorities. Finding pleasure in grey porridge or mysterious boiled meat suggested character flaws that needed immediate attention. The punishment for inappropriate smiling escalated quickly, from mild correction to severe discipline. First offenses might result in standing at attention for extended periods while maintaining a properly serious expression. Repeat offenses could mean writing lines about the importance of emotional control, extended study sessions on proper deportment, or physical punishment designed to eliminate any remaining traces of inappropriate happiness. Some teachers developed specialized techniques for smile detection and correction. They'd position themselves strategically around classrooms to observe students from multiple angles, watching for any trace of unauthorized emotional expression. Others would use surprise questioning to catch students off guard, hoping to trigger spontaneous smiles that could be punished as evidence of insufficient seriousness. The social dynamics around emotional expression were particularly twisted. Students would monitor each other's faces, reporting on classmates who displayed unauthorized happiness. Some would deliberately provoke others into smiling, then report the violation to earn teacher approval and social points. The peer surveillance system ensured that even private moments of joy were dangerous and likely to be discovered. Group punishment for emotional violations was particularly effective at suppressing natural human responses. If one student smiled inappropriately during a serious moment, the entire class might face additional assignments or reduced privileges. This created peer pressure that was far more effective than individual punishment at enforcing emotional conformity. The medical establishment supported emotional suppression, with scientific-sounding theories about the connection between facial expressions and moral character. Victorian doctors published papers about inappropriate levity syndrome and premature happiness disorder, providing institutional backing for the systematic elimination of joy from children's lives. Teachers would sometimes conduct expression inspections, requiring students to demonstrate proper facial deportment during various scenarios. You'd be tested on your ability to maintain serious expressions during potentially amusing situations, graded on your emotional control, just like any other academic subject. The physical consequences of constant emotional monitoring were immediate and obvious. Students developed chronic facial tension from constantly controlling their expressions. Many suffered from headaches, jaw pain, and facial muscle fatigue from the strain of maintaining approved emotional displays at all times. But the psychological damage was far more severe. Children learned that their natural emotional responses were wrong, that spontaneous joy was dangerous, and that authentic expression of happiness would result in punishment and social rejection. They developed a dissociation from their own feelings, learning to suppress emotional responses so completely that they often lost touch with what they actually felt. The academic consequences were predictable and damaging. Students who were afraid to display any sign of intellectual pleasure or curiosity performed poorly in subjects that might otherwise have interested them. Learning became associated with danger rather than discovery, and academic engagement was suppressed along with emotional expression. Some students developed elaborate masking techniques, learning to experience emotions internally while displaying only approved expressions externally. Others became so skilled at emotional suppression that they lost the ability to access their feelings at all, creating a generation of adults who were emotionally disconnected from themselves and others. The long-term effects extended far beyond school years. Many graduates struggled with emotional expression throughout their lives, finding it difficult or impossible to display appropriate happiness, even in genuinely joyful situations. They'd learned that emotional expression was dangerous and that authentic feelings should be hidden from others at all costs. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value proper emotional regulation and social grace, but they were achieving these goals by creating humans who were so emotionally damaged that they couldn't function normally in social situations. They wanted leaders who could maintain composure under pressure, but they were producing adults who were emotionally dead inside. Relationships suffered as graduates found themselves unable to express affection, joy, or spontaneous happiness with family members and friends. They'd learned that emotional expression was a sign of weakness or moral failing, making it nearly impossible to form genuine connections with others. The smile policing also extended to holiday periods and family visits. Teachers would warn parents about the importance of maintaining emotional discipline during breaks, encouraging families to continue the suppression of inappropriate happiness at home. Some students found it difficult to readjust to normal family emotional expression after months of institutional conditioning. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of smile suppression was how it killed intellectual curiosity and creative thinking. Students who were afraid to display interest, amusement, or intellectual pleasure in their studies became passive recipients of information rather than active learners. The fear of appearing too happy about learning stifled the very intellectual engagement that education was supposed to foster. Teachers would sometimes use smile detection as a diagnostic tool for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Frequent inappropriate happiness marked you as someone who required closer supervision and more intensive moral education. The system created a feedback loop where natural emotional responses led to increased punishment and surveillance. But congratulations, you've learned to maintain a properly grim expression at all times, and your natural human capacity for joy has been successfully eliminated. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that Victorian educators didn't just police your facial expressions, they policed sound itself, and their methods for enforcing silence were as creative as they were brutal. Section 9. Silence was enforced with a stick. You've just whispered a quick question to your deskmate about the Latin assignment when you hear the distinctive whoosh of Mr. Grimsby's silent stick cutting through the air before it cracks against your desk with the sound of a gunshot. The message is clear. Even the smallest sound from your direction will result in immediate and painful consequences that will make you regret ever learning to speak. Welcome to the Victorian approach to classroom management, where silence wasn't just golden, it was mandatory, absolute, and enforced through the liberal application of wooden instruments designed to terrorize children into perfect acoustic compliance. The silent stick was a specialized piece of educational equipment, typically made from flexible wood that could be swung with precision and maximum intimidation factor. Different teachers had different styles. Some preferred thin, whippy canes that made impressive whooshing sounds, while others favored heavier implements that produced satisfying cracks when they hit desks, walls, or occasionally the backs of students who were too slow to dodge. The psychology behind enforced silence was beautifully twisted. Victorian educators believed that children's natural tendency to communicate, ask questions, and share ideas was evidence of undisciplined minds that needed to be broken and rebuilt according to proper educational principles. Talking suggested that students were more interested in social connection than serious learning, and social connection was the enemy of academic focus. The acoustic policing was constant and unforgiving. Teachers would position themselves strategically around classrooms, listening for any sound that wasn't specifically authorized. A whispered question, a stifled cough, Even the sound of shifting in your seat could trigger immediate stick intervention. The goal was to create an environment of such complete acoustic control that students would become afraid to breathe too loudly. Different types of unauthorized sounds carried different punishment levels, though these distinctions were never explained to students and seemed to change based on teachers' moods and the atmospheric pressure. A whispered question might earn you a desk strike and a warning. A suppressed giggle could result in multiple strikes and public humiliation. Any sound during prayer or recitation time was treated as sacrilege, worthy of extended punishment. The stick striking technique was an art form that teachers refined through years of practice. The goal wasn't necessarily to hit students directly, though that certainly happened, but to create maximum psychological impact through strategic targeting of desks, walls, and blackboards. A perfectly timed strike could silence an entire classroom instantly, creating an atmosphere of terror that lasted for hours. Some teachers developed signature stick rhythms that students learned to interpret like a primitive communication system. 3 quick strikes meant absolute silence immediately. A single sharp crack was a general warning to the entire class. A slow, deliberate series of strikes suggested that someone was about to face serious consequences for their acoustic violations. The social dynamics around enforced silence were particularly cruel. Students became hyper-vigilant about their own sounds, and those of their classmates, developing an acute awareness of every breath, shuffle, and movement around them. Some would deliberately create minor sounds to deflect attention from their own more serious violations, throwing classmates under the metaphorical bus to save themselves. Group punishment for acoustic violations was devastatingly effective. If one student's unauthorized sound disrupted the sacred silence, the entire class might face extended quiet periods, additional assignments, or missed recreational time. This created peer pressure that was far more effective than individual punishment at maintaining acoustic compliance. The physical consequences of constant silence enforcement were immediate and obvious. Students developed chronic tension from suppressing natural sounds and movements. Many suffered from stress-related breathing problems, muscle cramps from maintaining rigid positions, and anxiety disorders triggered by hypervigilance about their own acoustic output. Teachers would sometimes implement silence competitions where classes would compete to maintain perfect quiet for extended periods. The winning class might earn minor privileges, while losing classes faced additional restrictions and closer acoustic monitoring. These competitions turned natural human communication into a source of anxiety and competition rather than connection and learning. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for silence enforcement with theories about the connection between vocal restraint and intellectual development. Victorian doctors published papers claiming that excessive talking interfered with proper brain function and that acoustic discipline was essential for optimal learning outcomes. Some schools developed elaborate acoustic monitoring systems, with teachers strategically positioned throughout buildings to detect unauthorized sounds from multiple classrooms simultaneously. Students never knew when or where acoustic violations might be detected, creating a constant state of paranoid awareness about their sound production. The silence requirements extended beyond classroom time to meals, recreation periods, and even dormitory hours. Eating in complete silence was considered character building, teaching students to focus on nutrition rather than social pleasure. Speaking during designated quiet hours could result in extended punishment that affected sleep, study time, and social connections. Innovative teachers developed specialized acoustic detection techniques, using their heightened hearing to identify specific students based on their breathing patterns, chair creaking sounds, or page-turning styles. Some claimed they could detect whispered conversations from across crowded rooms, making students feel like their every sound was being monitored and evaluated. The psychological warfare around silence enforcement was exquisite. Teachers would sometimes deliberately create situations that naturally provoked sound, asking difficult questions that caused frustrated sighs, creating uncomfortable seating arrangements that led to fidgeting, or implementing physically demanding tasks that resulted in heavy breathing, then punish students for their natural acoustic responses. Repeat acoustic offenders faced escalating punishments designed to break their will to communicate entirely. Progressive silence requirements might begin with 1-hour quiet periods and escalate to entire days where speaking was forbidden, except during designated recitation times. Some students were assigned acoustic monitors who followed them throughout the day, reporting on any unauthorized sounds. The enforcement technology evolved over time, with some schools implementing acoustic amplification systems that made it easier for teachers to detect minor sounds from greater distances. Students learned to communicate through elaborate systems of hand signals, facial expressions, and written notes, all of which were also forbidden, but sometimes went undetected. The social isolation created by enforced silence was devastating for normal child development. Students who were naturally social and communicative found themselves cut off from the peer connections that were essential for emotional and intellectual growth. Many developed depression, anxiety, and social phobias that persisted long after graduation. The academic consequences were particularly ironic, given that the silence was supposedly designed to improve learning outcomes. Students who were afraid to ask questions, seek clarification, or engage in discussion performed poorly in subjects that required interactive learning. The fear of acoustic punishment stifled intellectual curiosity and collaborative problem-solving. Some students developed sophisticated coping mechanisms for managing silence requirements. They learned to control their breathing, minimize movement, and suppress natural reflexes that might create unauthorized sounds. Others developed internal communication systems, having entire conversations in their heads to maintain social connection despite external silence requirements. The long-term psychological effects were severe and lasting. Many graduates found it difficult to speak up in professional settings, advocate for themselves in relationships, or engage in normal social communication. They'd learned that their voices were dangerous and unwelcome, creating adults who were pathologically quiet and deferential. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value eloquence, persuasive speaking, and social grace, all skills that required practice and development through regular communication, but they were suppressing these abilities during the crucial developmental years when children naturally learned social and verbal skills through interaction with peers. Teachers would sometimes use silence enforcement as a diagnostic tool for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Students who struggled with acoustic compliance were marked as requiring closer supervision and more intensive discipline. The system created a feedback loop where natural communication instincts led to increased punishment and surveillance. The stick itself became a powerful psychological weapon that maintained control even when it wasn't being actively used. The mere presence of the silent stick on a teacher's desk created an atmosphere of acoustic terror that suppressed natural communication throughout the day. Students learned to monitor themselves constantly, becoming their own acoustic police. Meal times were particularly challenging for silence enforcement, as eating naturally produces sounds that couldn't be completely suppressed. Teachers would monitor dining halls for excessive chewing sounds, unauthorized swallowing noises, or the dreaded clank of cutlery that suggested insufficient care in eating technique. Some schools implemented acoustic punishment that was specifically designed to be ironic and humiliating. Students who talk too much might be required to stand in front of the class and recite extended passages while being critiqued on their pronunciation, volume, and delivery. The message was clear. Speech was only acceptable when it was controlled, monitored, and approved by authority figures. The technological innovation in silence enforcement was impressive in its creativity and thoroughness. Some teachers developed acoustic detection devices, positioning resonating objects around classrooms that would amplify minor sounds and make detection easier. Others used architectural features like curved walls and special seating arrangements that channeled sound toward their monitoring positions. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of enforced silence was how it interfered with the natural learning process itself. Human beings learn through discussion, questioning, and verbal processing of new information. By suppressing these natural learning mechanisms, schools were actually hindering the educational development they claimed to be promoting. The silent stick became a symbol of absolute authority and arbitrary power. Teachers could use it to intimidate students without warning, create immediate compliance through fear, and demonstrate their control over every aspect of the classroom environment. The stick represented the school's power to regulate not just behavior, but the most basic human expressions of thought and feeling. Students who graduated from these silence-enforced environments often struggled with public speaking, classroom participation, and professional communication throughout their lives. They'd learned that speaking up was dangerous and that their voices were unwelcome, creating adults who were professionally and personally handicapped by their inability to communicate effectively. But congratulations, you've learned to exist in perfect acoustic invisibility, and your natural human need for communication has been successfully terrorized into submission. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that Victorian educators didn't just police your sounds, they policed your very posture and movement, and their methods for teaching proper deportment would make military drill sergeants look like gentle yoga instructors. Section 10. Posture drills included balancing books on your head for hours. You're standing in the deportment classroom with a leather-bound copy of Moral Philosophy for Young Gentlemen, balanced precariously on your head, trying not to breathe too deeply, because even the slightest movement might send the book crashing to the floor and earn you another hour of this medieval torture disguised as character education. Your neck is cramping, your spine feels like it's been replaced with a steel rod, and you're pretty sure you're developing permanent nerve damage, but according to Miss Pemberton, this is all essential preparation for becoming a proper member of civilized society. Welcome to Victorian posture training, where standing up straight wasn't just about good health, it was about moral character, social class, and your fundamental worthiness to exist among your betters. The book balancing requirement was the centerpiece of deportment education, based on the theory that if you could maintain perfect posture while balancing objects on your head, you'd develop the physical discipline and mental focus necessary for success in adult life. The practice was particularly torturous for girls who were expected to glide through life with the grace of swans and the stillness of marble statues. Different books were used for different levels of deportment training, creating a cruel hierarchy of difficulty that reflected your progress in posture perfection. Beginners might start with thin pamphlets or lightweight prayer books. Advanced students graduated to thick textbooks, multiple volumes, or specially weighted objects designed to test your balance and endurance to their absolute limits. The duration requirements were carefully calculated to maximize discomfort while staying just short of causing obvious physical injury. Beginning sessions might last 30 minutes, but experienced students could be required to maintain book balance for 2 to 3 hours without a break. Some schools implemented progressive training programs that gradually increased duration until students could theoretically balance books all day. The testing conditions were deliberately challenging, designed to prepare students for the unexpected demands of proper social deportment. You might be required to balance books while walking, turning, bowing, or performing other movements that naturally disrupted your equilibrium. Advanced exercises included balancing books while sitting, standing, or transitioning between positions. Failure consequences were immediate and humiliating. If your book fell, you'd typically restart the entire exercise from the beginning, regardless of how long you'd already been standing. Repeat failures might result in additional time, heavier books, or public demonstration of your deportment inadequacy in front of other students. The physical consequences were immediate and obvious. Students developed chronic neck and back pain from maintaining unnatural positions for extended periods. Many suffered from headaches, muscle spasms, and postural problems that persisted long after the exercises ended. Some developed permanent spinal curvature from the strain of maintaining artificially rigid positions. But the psychological pressure was even more devastating. The constant fear of failure created anxiety that actually made balance more difficult, creating a feedback loop where stress caused mistakes and mistakes caused increased stress. Students became hyper-vigilant about their movements, losing the natural grace that the exercises were supposedly designed to develop. The social dynamics around posture training were particularly cruel. Students would watch each other's exercises, silently hoping for failures that would deflect attention from their own struggles. Some would deliberately create minor distractions, a slight cough, an unexpected movement that might cause classmates' books to fall. Teachers used posture exercises as punishment for other infractions, requiring students to balance books as consequences for academic failures, behavioral problems, or social violations. The deportment classroom became a place of dread, where any mistake in any subject might result in hours of physical discomfort disguised as character improvement. The equipment was specifically designed to maximize difficulty and discomfort. Books were selected for their weight, shape, and tendency to slide rather than for any educational value. Some schools used specially designed objects with smooth surfaces that were nearly impossible to balance, ensuring that students would fail frequently and require extensive additional training. Different posture positions were required for different social situations, each with its own specific training regimen. Standing posture for formal occasions required perfect vertical alignment with minimal movement. Sitting posture demanded specific angles and positions that felt completely unnatural. Walking posture required gliding movements that made normal locomotion nearly impossible. The monitoring was constant and unforgiving. Teachers would observe from multiple angles, checking for any deviation from perfect form. A slightly tilted head, a marginally curved shoulder, even unconscious breathing that affected your balance could result in criticism, correction, and extended practice sessions. Group exercises were particularly challenging, requiring students to maintain individual perfection while coordinating with others. Synchronized walking with book balance, group bowing while maintaining head stability, or collective standing exercises where one person's failure affected everyone's success. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for posture training with theories about the connection between physical bearing and moral character. Victorian doctors published papers claiming that proper posture indicated mental discipline, social refinement, and spiritual development. Some schools implemented competitive posture programs where students competed for longest book balancing duration, most graceful movement, or most consistent deportment performance. These competitions created additional pressure and turned natural human movement into a source of anxiety and social competition. The training extended beyond school hours, with students expected to maintain proper posture during meals, recreation, and even sleep. Some schools provided posture monitoring devices, back braces, head restraints, or positioning aids that ensured continued deportment training even during supposedly relaxing activities. Advanced students might progress to multiple book balancing, where several volumes had to be maintained simultaneously on different parts of the body. Others faced obstacle courses that required maintaining book balance while navigating physical challenges, designed to test their deportment under pressure. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated and cruel. Teachers would frame posture failure as evidence of character weakness, lack of self-control, and insufficient commitment to personal improvement. Physical limitations were reinterpreted as moral failings that could be corrected through increased effort and dedication. Some students developed elaborate coping strategies for surviving posture training, mental techniques for managing pain and discomfort, breathing methods that minimized movement, and visualization exercises that helped maintain focus during extended balance sessions. The long-term physical consequences were severe and lasting. Many graduates developed chronic back problems, neck injuries, and postural abnormalities from years of unnatural positioning. Others suffered from anxiety disorders, triggered by situations that required careful attention to physical bearing. But the psychological damage was even more profound. Students learned that their natural movements were wrong, that normal human physical expression was unacceptable, and that their bodies needed constant monitoring and control. They developed a dissociation from their own physical experiences, viewing their bodies as objects to be managed rather than parts of themselves to be trusted. The academic consequences were predictable and significant. Students who were exhausted from deportment training performed poorly in other subjects. Those who were obsessing about posture couldn't focus on intellectual tasks. The physical discomfort interfered with learning, memory, and academic performance across all subjects. Relationships suffered as graduates found themselves unable to move naturally or express themselves physically in social situations. They'd learned that authentic physical expression was dangerous and inappropriate, making it difficult to form genuine connections with others or feel comfortable in their own bodies. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value natural grace and refined movement, but they were achieving these goals by creating humans who were so physically constrained and psychologically damaged that they moved like animated mannequins rather than living beings. Some schools used posture training as a diagnostic tool for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Difficulty with deportment exercises was interpreted as evidence of broader behavioral problems that required closer supervision and more intensive discipline. But congratulations, you've learned to balance books on your head for hours while maintaining perfect stillness, and your natural human movement patterns have been successfully replaced with robotic precision. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that deportment training was just the beginning of your problems with Victorian social expectations, because tomorrow you'll be tested on your ability to walk, sit, and bow according to standards that would challenge professional dancers. Section 11. You had to pass deportment exams on walking. You're standing at one end of the deportment examination hall, preparing to demonstrate your mastery of basic human locomotion to a panel of stern-faced instructors who genuinely believe that your ability to place one foot in front of the other is a reliable indicator of your moral character and future success in life. This isn't just a casual stroll across the room. This is a formal examination with specific criteria, detailed scoring rubrics, and the very real possibility that you might fail at something humans have been doing successfully for millions of years. Welcome to the Victorian approach to movement education, where walking was treated like advanced calculus, and your natural gait was considered evidence of poor breeding that needed immediate correction. The deportment examination system was a masterpiece of Victorian overcomplication, taking the simplest human activities and turning them into academic subjects with their own curricula, textbooks, and graduation requirements. Students were tested on walking, sitting, standing, bowing, and various combinations thereof, with each movement category having subcategories that required specialized training and practice. Walking examinations were divided into multiple sections, each testing different aspects of proper locomotion. Basic forward movement was just the beginning. You'd also be tested on turning, stopping, starting, walking while carrying objects, and navigating obstacles while maintaining perfect deportment form. Advanced students might face examinations on walking up and down stairs, walking in different weather conditions, or walking while engaged in conversation. The scoring criteria were impossibly detailed and completely subjective. Judges would evaluate your posture alignment, foot placement angles, arm swing coordination, head positioning, breathing patterns, and overall grace quotient. Each element was scored separately, then combined into an overall deportment rating that would follow you throughout your school career and potentially affect your future social prospects. Different types of walking were required for different social contexts, each with its own examination standards. Formal processional walking for religious or ceremonial occasions required specific timing, positioning, and coordination with other participants. Casual social walking needed to demonstrate appropriate refinement without appearing overly rigid or artificial. The preparation for deportment examinations was intensive and time-consuming, involving weeks of specialized training with qualified instructors who'd studied the science of proper movement. Students would practice for hours daily, walking back and forth across designated spaces while instructors critiqued every aspect of their performance and suggested corrections. Practice sessions were deliberately stressful, designed to simulate the pressure of actual examination conditions. Instructors would create distractions, unexpected obstacles, and challenging scenarios that tested students' ability to maintain perfect deportment under adverse conditions. The goal was to ensure that proper movement became so deeply ingrained that it would persist even during moments of stress or distraction. The examination hall itself was designed to maximize difficulty and anxiety. The floors were polished to mirror brightness, making it easy to slip or lose balance. The lighting was positioned to create shadows that could interfere with depth perception. Observers sat in elevated positions where they could scrutinize every movement from multiple angles simultaneously. Failure consequences were immediate and comprehensive. Students who failed deportment examinations were required to repeat the entire training process, often with additional restrictions and closer supervision. Repeated failures could affect academic standing, social privileges, and even future career opportunities within the school system. The psychological pressure was intense and deliberately cultivated. Students were reminded constantly that their movement patterns would be evaluated by potential employers, marriage prospects, and social contacts throughout their adult lives. Deportment failure wasn't just an academic setback. It was evidence of fundamental character flaws that could affect every aspect of future success. Some schools implemented progressive examination systems where students advanced through increasingly difficult movement challenges. Beginning examinations might focus on basic forward walking, while advanced tests included complex scenarios like walking while carrying tea services, navigating crowded spaces, or maintaining perfect deportment while managing long skirts or formal wear. The equipment requirements added another layer of complexity to deportment examinations. Students might be tested while wearing different types of shoes, carrying various objects, or managing clothing that restricted natural movement. The goal was to ensure that proper deportment could be maintained regardless of external circumstances or wardrobe requirements. Group examinations were particularly challenging, requiring individual perfection while coordinating with other students. Synchronized walking exercises, formal processional movements, and complex choreographed sequences that tested both individual skill and group coordination abilities. Teachers would sometimes introduce surprise elements during examinations, testing students' ability to maintain proper deportment while adapting to unexpected circumstances. A sudden loud noise, an unexpected obstacle, or a change in lighting conditions might be introduced to evaluate whether proper movement patterns had become truly automatic. The social dynamics around deportment examinations were cruel and competitive. Students would monitor each other's practice sessions, looking for weaknesses that might be exploited during actual examinations. Some would deliberately provide incorrect advice or create distractions that might cause others to fail. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for deportment examination with theories about the connection between movement patterns and overall health, intelligence, and moral development. Victorian doctors claimed that proper walking indicated good circulation, mental discipline, and spiritual refinement. Different examination formats were used for different student populations. Boys' examinations focused on military-style precision and authoritative presence. Girls' examinations emphasized grace, elegance, and the ability to move while managing complex clothing and accessories. The scoring rubrics were deliberately complex and subjective, making it nearly impossible for students to understand exactly what was expected or how to improve their performance. This created anxiety and dependence on instructors who claimed to understand the mysterious criteria for movement success. Some schools used deportment examination results as diagnostic tools for identifying students who needed additional character development. Poor walking scores were interpreted as evidence of broader behavioral problems that required more intensive supervision and correction. Innovative examination techniques included walking while balancing objects, maintaining conversation during movement, and demonstrating proper deportment while managing various social scenarios. Students might be tested on their ability to walk appropriately while greeting different types of people or navigating various social situations. The long-term psychological consequences were severe and lasting. Many graduates developed anxiety disorders around physical movement, becoming hyper-aware of their walking patterns and unable to move naturally in social situations. Others became so focused on mechanical correctness that they lost all sense of natural grace or authentic physical expression. The academic impact was significant, as students who were obsessing about movement examinations had less mental energy available for intellectual pursuits. The stress of deportment testing interfered with performance in other subjects, creating a feedback loop where physical anxiety affected overall academic achievement. Some students developed elaborate coping strategies for managing examination anxiety, including mental rehearsal techniques, breathing exercises, and physical conditioning programs designed to improve balance and coordination. Others sought private tutoring or additional practice time to improve their chances of examination success. The equipment industry that developed around deportment education was extensive and profitable. Specialized shoes, practice aids, measuring devices, and instructional materials were marketed to schools and families who wanted to ensure their children's movement success. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of deportment examinations was how they interfered with natural physical development and confidence. Children who should have been developing authentic movement patterns and physical self-assurance were instead learning to second-guess every step and view their natural instincts as inadequate. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value natural grace and effortless elegance, but they were achieving these goals by making movement so self-conscious and artificial that graduates moved like mechanical dolls rather than confident human beings. Teachers would sometimes use deportment examination results to determine social privileges and academic opportunities within the school. Students with high movement scores might be selected for special events or leadership roles, while those with poor scores faced additional restrictions and closer supervision. But congratulations, you've learned to walk according to scientific principles, and your natural movement patterns have been successfully replaced with academic formulas. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that movement examinations were just preparation for an even more extreme form of behavioral control, because some schools implemented entire days where speaking was completely forbidden and communication became a punishable offense. Section 12. Some schools had silence days once a week. You wake up on Wednesday morning to find a black card placed on your nightstand, the dreaded silence notice that means the next 16 hours will pass without a single spoken word, whispered question, or audible communication of any kind. Today is Silence Day, and speaking will be treated as a criminal offense, punishable by immediate isolation and extended punishment. Welcome to the weekly psychological experiment that Victorian educators called character building, but which was really just systematic sensory deprivation, designed to break your spirit and teach you that human communication was a privilege that could be revoked at any moment by your institutional overlords. Silence days weren't just about maintaining quiet during lessons. They were complete communication blackouts that affected every aspect of school life for 24-hour periods. From morning wake-up bell to evening lights out, students were expected to navigate meals, classes, recreation, and social interaction without making any sound whatsoever. The philosophical foundation behind silence days was beautifully twisted. Victorian educators believed that forced periods of complete quiet would teach students the value of words, the importance of careful thought before speaking, and the spiritual benefits of contemplative silence. In practice, it was psychological torture disguised as moral education. The implementation was thorough and systematic. On designated silence days, students would find black cards or special notices in their dormitories indicating that verbal communication was forbidden until further notice. No warnings were given about specific dates. The schedule was deliberately unpredictable to maximize anxiety and prevent students from psychologically preparing. Teachers and staff maintained normal vocal communication during silence days, creating a bizarre power dynamic where authority figures could speak freely while students were reduced to desperate attempts at non-verbal communication. The message was clear. Speech was a privilege of rank and authority, not a basic human right. The monitoring system for silence days was extensive and unforgiving. Teachers positioned themselves strategically throughout the school, listening for any violation of the communication blackout. Prefects were given special authority to report acoustic violations, creating additional layers of surveillance and peer policing. Even the smallest sounds were treated as serious violations. A whispered, "Excuse me," while passing in corridors, a quiet, "Thank you" during meal service, or an involuntary exclamation of surprise could result in immediate punishment and extended silence requirements that might last for days beyond the official silence day period. Non-verbal communication attempts were also strictly forbidden, preventing students from developing alternative communication systems. Hand signals, written notes, facial expressions, and gesture-based communication were all prohibited and punished as severely as actual speech violations. The meal service during silence days was particularly challenging, as normal dining required various forms of communication for requesting items, indicating preferences, or coordinating shared resources. Students learned to navigate complex meal logistics through anticipation, observation, and careful timing that made eating feel like a military operation. Classroom instruction continued normally during silence days, but students were forbidden from asking questions, requesting clarification, or participating in discussions. Teachers would continue delivering lessons to audiences who couldn't respond, creating surreal educational environments where learning became a completely passive experience. The psychological pressure built throughout the day as normal social connections were severed and basic human interaction became impossible. Students who were naturally social and communicative found themselves increasingly isolated and anxious as the hours passed without any opportunity for meaningful connection with others. Emergency communication protocols were deliberately vague and inconsistent. Students were never clearly informed about what constituted an emergency worthy of breaking silence, leading to situations where genuine medical or safety concerns went unreported rather than risk punishment for unauthorized communication. Group activities and recreational periods continued during silence days, but without verbal coordination or social interaction. Sports, games, and collaborative activities became awkward and difficult, teaching students that human cooperation was far more dependent on communication than they'd previously realized. The punishment system for silence day violations was swift and comprehensive. First offenses typically resulted in extended individual silence requirements that continued beyond the official silence day period. Repeat violations could mean isolation, additional academic work, or public humiliation designed to discourage future communication attempts. Some schools implemented graduated silence days with varying levels of restriction. Basic silence days prohibited spoken communication but allowed essential nonverbal interaction. Advanced silence days forbade all forms of communication, including gestures, facial expressions, and written messages. The social dynamics during silence days were fascinating and cruel. Students would watch each other desperately, looking for signs of communication violations that could be reported to earn favor with authorities. The normal social hierarchies and friendships were temporarily suspended, replaced by paranoid surveillance and competitive compliance. Teachers would sometimes deliberately create situations that naturally prompted verbal responses, then punish students for their instinctive communication attempts. Unexpected events, surprising announcements, or emergency situations were used to test students' commitment to silence compliance under pressure. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for silence days with theories about the mental health benefits of periodic communication. Victorian doctors claimed that regular silence periods improved concentration, reduced nervous disorders, and promoted spiritual development. Different schools had different silence day traditions and variations. Some implemented the themed silence periods, focused on particular types of communication, no questions days, no social conversation days, or no emotional expression days. Others varied the duration from partial days to entire weekends of enforced quiet. The preparation anxiety before silence days was often worse than the actual experience. Students would spend days worrying about upcoming silence periods, trying to complete all necessary communication in advance, and dreading the isolation that would follow. Some students developed elaborate strategies for surviving silence days, including mental exercises to maintain psychological connection with others, meditation techniques to manage anxiety, and physical activities that provided non-verbal outlets for energy and frustration. The academic consequences were immediate and obvious. Students couldn't seek help with difficult concepts, collaborate on assignments, or engage in the discussion-based learning that was essential for many subjects. Educational progress slowed significantly during silence days, affecting overall academic achievement. The long-term psychological effects were severe and lasting. Many students developed anxiety disorders around communication, becoming afraid to speak up even when silence wasn't required. Others became pathologically quiet, losing confidence in their ability to contribute to conversations or express their thoughts effectively. The social skills that should have been developing during crucial adolescent years were instead being systematically suppressed. Students learned that communication was dangerous, that their voices were unwelcome, and that social connection was a privilege that could be revoked without warning. Some graduates found it difficult to engage in normal conversation for years after leaving school, having internalized the message that their thoughts and opinions were not worth expressing. Others developed communication anxiety that affected their professional and personal relationships throughout their adult lives. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value eloquence, persuasive communication, and social grace, all skills that required regular practice and development. But silence days actively prevented students from developing these abilities during the years when they should have been learning to communicate effectively. Teachers would sometimes extend silence days beyond their scheduled duration as collective punishment for various infractions, creating unpredictable periods of extended isolation that could last for several days. The uncertainty made it impossible for students to mentally prepare or develop coping strategies. The religious justification for silence days was extensive, with schools claiming that periodic quiet periods promoted spiritual reflection and moral development. Students were encouraged to use silence time for prayer, meditation, and contemplation of their character defects. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of silence days was how they interfered with the basic human need for social connection and emotional support. Students who were struggling with academic, personal, or emotional challenges found themselves cut off from the peer support and adult guidance that might have helped them cope. The institutional message was clear. Communication was not a right, but a privilege that could be revoked at any time. This taught students to view their own voices as conditional and their social connections as fragile, creating adults who were afraid to speak up, ask for help, or advocate for themselves in any situation. But congratulations, you've learned to exist in complete communicative isolation, and your natural human need for social connection has been successfully suppressed. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that Victorian educators didn't just eliminate your ability to communicate, they eliminated your ability to eat in peace, because even meals were subject to impossible standards of performance and linguistic precision. Section 13. You were expected to eat in silence but still say perfect Latin grace. You're sitting in the dining hall, stomach growling at the sight of what appears to be grey porridge mixed with suspicious lumps, when the dinner bell chimes and you realize you're about to face one of Victorian education's most delightfully contradictory challenges, maintaining absolute silence while simultaneously delivering flawless Latin prayers that could determine whether you eat at all tonight. The head boy stands and begins the pre-meal grace in Latin that every student is expected to recite in perfect unison, with proper pronunciation, correct timing, and appropriate reverence. Get a word wrong, mispronounce a syllable, or fail to maintain the proper volume, and you'll be eating your meal standing up while everyone else enjoys the luxury of chairs. Welcome to Victorian mealtime protocols, where eating wasn't just about nutrition, it was a complex performance art that combined linguistic precision, religious devotion, and social compliance into a daily test of your worthiness to consume institutional food. The Latin grace requirement was magnificently complicated, involving multiple prayers for different meals, seasonal variations, and special editions for holidays and commemorative occasions. Students were expected to memorize dozens of different prayer combinations and select the appropriate version based on contextual clues that were never clearly explained. Morning grace might be Benedict Domin Noes et Hach Tua Donaque de Tua. Largitate Summus Sumptuary. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty. But evening grace required completely different wording, timing, and theological emphasis. Sunday meals demanded extended prayers that could last several minutes and included multiple theological concepts that 12-year-olds were expected to understand and pronounce perfectly. The pronunciation standards were impossibly high and completely inconsistent between different teachers. Mr. Pemberton might insist on classical Latin pronunciation with hard consonants and precise vowel distinctions, while Dr. Whitmore preferred ecclesiastical Latin with softer sounds and different stress patterns. Students had to somehow divine which pronunciation style was expected and adjust accordingly. The synchronization requirement added another layer of difficulty to the grace performance. All students were expected to recite in perfect unison, maintaining identical pace, volume, and emphasis throughout the entire prayer. A single student who was slightly ahead or behind could throw off the entire performance and result in collective punishment for the whole dining hall. The acoustic dynamics of large dining halls made synchronization nearly impossible, as sound traveled at different speeds to different parts of the room. Students sitting near the front might hear the leader clearly, while those in the back received delayed and distorted audio that made it impossible to maintain proper timing. Failure to participate in grace, or participating incorrectly, resulted in immediate meal forfeiture and extended religious instruction that cut into sleep and study time. Some students were required to spend meal periods memorizing additional prayers or copying religious texts instead of eating, creating a feedback loop where hunger interfered with memory and academic performance. The silence requirement during actual eating was absolute and mercilessly enforced. No requests for food items could be made verbally. Students had to anticipate their needs, use subtle gestures, or simply go without whatever they couldn't reach independently. Asking someone to pass the salt was treated as a serious breach of dining protocol. The meal service itself was deliberately complicated to create opportunities for silence violations. Food was placed just out of reach, serving utensils were limited, and necessary items like water or bread were positioned to require communication or coordination between students. The setup was designed to make silence compliance as difficult as possible. Different meals had different silence requirements and grace obligations. Breakfast might require brief Latin, thanks followed by complete quiet, while dinner demanded extended prayers both before and after eating, with specific additional prayers for different courses or special occasions. The post-meal grace was even more challenging than the pre-meal version, as students were expected to recite lengthy Thanksgiving prayers while their blood sugar was dropping and their attention was focused on the discomfort of institutional food. The Latin became more complex, the theological concepts more advanced, and the pronunciation requirements more demanding. Teachers would monitor dining halls from elevated positions, watching for any sign of communication violation or grace inadequacy. Special attention was paid to lip movement during prayers, ensuring that students were actually reciting rather than simply moving their mouths silently. The timing of grace delivery was critical and completely arbitrary. Prayers had to be completed within specific time limits that varied based on meal type, day of the week, and the particular preferences of supervising teachers. Too fast suggested insufficient reverence, too slow indicated poor memory or inadequate preparation. Some schools implemented competitive grace systems where different houses or dormitories competed for best prayer performance. Winning groups might receive slightly better food or minor privileges, while losing groups faced additional prayer requirements and closer scrutiny of their religious devotion. The Latin comprehension requirement meant that students weren't just reciting meaningless sounds, they were expected to understand the theological concepts they were expressing and demonstrate that understanding through appropriate emotional and spiritual responses during prayer delivery. Group punishment for grace failures was swift and comprehensive. If one student mispronounced a word or disrupted the timing, the entire dining hall might be required to repeat the prayer multiple times or face additional religious instruction that cut into recreational time. The food quality made the entire grace performance feel deeply hypocritical, as students were required to express elaborate thanksgiving for meals that were deliberately unpalatable and nutritionally inadequate. The contrast between grateful prayers and institutional slop was lost on Victorian educators who viewed hunger as character building. Special occasion graces were particularly challenging, requiring students to master seasonal prayers, holiday-specific theological concepts, and commemorative language that appeared only a few times per year. Failure to adapt to special grace requirements during holidays or important dates resulted in extended religious correction. The silence eating requirement extended beyond verbal communication to include restrictions on eating sounds, utensil noise, and any audible indication of food consumption. Students learned to eat in ways that minimized sound, often consuming food so carefully that meals took twice as long and provided less nutritional satisfaction. Physical positioning during grace was strictly regulated, with specific requirements for hand placement, head position, and eye direction during prayer recitation. Students who demonstrated insufficient physical reverence during religious portions faced correction and additional devotional training. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for silent eating with theories about the digestive benefits of quiet consumption and the spiritual advantages of combining food intake with religious devotion. Victorian doctors claimed that talking during meals interfered with proper digestion and moral development. Some students developed elaborate strategies for surviving mealtime protocols, including intensive Latin study focused specifically on dining prayers, practice sessions for timing and pronunciation, and physical techniques for quiet eating that maximize nutrition while minimizing acoustic violations. The long-term consequences were predictable and severe. Many graduates developed anxiety disorders around eating in social situations, finding it impossible to enjoy meals that involved conversation or informal dining protocols. Others became pathologically quiet during meals, unable to engage in normal dinner conversation throughout their adult lives. The religious implications were particularly damaging, as students learned to associate religious expression with stress, performance anxiety, and potential punishment. Many developed negative relationships with formal religious practice that persisted long after graduation. The academic impact was significant, as hungry students who'd been denied meals due to grace failures performed poorly in afternoon classes. The combination of hunger, stress, and religious pressure created learning environments that were actively hostile to intellectual development. The social consequences were equally damaging, as shared meals that should have been opportunities for community building and friendship development became sources of anxiety and competitive performance. Students learned to view eating as a solitary, stressful activity rather than a social experience. Some schools used mealtime performance as diagnostic tool for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Poor grace, recitation, or silence violations were interpreted as evidence of broader spiritual and behavioral problems requiring more intensive supervision. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of the grace and silence system was how it turned the most basic human need for nutrition into a complex performance that could be withheld as punishment. Students learned that even eating was conditional on meeting institutional standards that had nothing to do with hunger or health. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value both religious devotion and social refinement, but they were achieving these goals by making religious expression stressful and social dining impossible. They wanted to create properly religious and socially graceful adults, but they were producing graduates who were anxious about both prayer and food. But congratulations, you've learned to pray in Latin while starving, and your natural relationship with food has been successfully transformed into academic performance anxiety. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that Victorian educators didn't just police your eating habits. They policed your appearance with standards so extreme that a single ink stain could end your educational career permanently. Section 14. You could be expelled for a stain on your uniform. You're sitting in Latin class, concentrating so intensely on conjugating irregular verbs that you don't notice the ink slowly dripping from your pen until there's a dark blot spreading across your white shirt collar like a badge of academic doom. Within minutes, you're standing in the headmaster's office, being informed that this single stain is evidence of moral decay, so severe that your continued presence at the school would contaminate other students. Welcome to Victorian uniform standards, where clothing wasn't just about appearance, it was a direct reflection of your soul, your character, and your fundamental worthiness to exist among civilized people. The uniform inspection system was a masterpiece of institutional control that monitored every thread, crease, and surface of student clothing, with the intensity usually reserved for military operations or religious ceremonies. Daily inspections could happen at any time, conducted by any staff member, and focused on standards that changed without warning based on factors students couldn't predict or control. The philosophy behind extreme uniform standards was beautifully twisted. Victorian educators believed that external cleanliness reflected internal purity, that attention to clothing details indicated moral discipline, and that students who couldn't maintain perfect appearance were fundamentally unsuited for positions of responsibility in society. Different types of stains carried different levels of moral significance and punishment severity. Ink stains suggested carelessness in academic work and poor attention to detail. Food stains indicated gluttony, poor table manners, and insufficient self-control. Mud stains implied engagement in inappropriate activities or failure to maintain proper social boundaries. The stain detection process was thorough and unforgiving. Teachers were trained to spot even microscopic imperfections in student clothing, using magnifying devices and special lighting to identify flaws that would be invisible under normal circumstances. Some schools implemented UV lighting systems that revealed stains and imperfections that couldn't be seen with naked eyes. The timing of stain discovery was critical to punishment severity. A stain noticed during morning inspection might result in immediate uniform change and minor penalties. The same stain discovered during formal occasions or in front of visitors could mean expulsion proceedings and permanent academic disgrace. Stain removal wasn't always possible or acceptable as a solution. Even if students could eliminate the visible evidence of uniform contamination, they'd already demonstrated poor judgment and inadequate attention to detail that marked them as requiring closer supervision and possible removal from the school community. The social dynamics around uniform standards were cruel and competitive. Students would monitor each other's clothing constantly, reporting on stains, wrinkles, or imperfections that might earn them favor with teachers while eliminating competition for academic and social advancement. The laundry system was deliberately inadequate and expensive, making it nearly impossible for students to maintain the required uniform standards. Limited washing facilities, harsh cleaning chemicals that damaged fabric, and insufficient drying time meant that students were set up to fail uniform inspections through no fault of their own. Different uniform components had different standards and requirements that were never clearly explained to students. White shirts required absolute purity with no tolerance for discoloration or wear. Dark jackets needed to maintain perfect shape and color consistency. Shoes demanded mirror-like polish that could reflect light clearly. The seasonal variations in uniform requirements added complexity that made compliance nearly impossible. Summer fabrics that showed stains more easily, winter clothing that accumulated dirt and wear, and transitional periods where uniform requirements changed without clear notification to students. Weather conditions were never considered as mitigating factors for uniform standards. Rain, snow, wind, and humidity that naturally affected clothing were treated as personal failures rather than environmental challenges beyond student control. Arriving at school with weather-related uniform damage was treated as evidence of poor planning and inadequate preparation. The financial burden of maintaining uniform standards was enormous and often impossible for families to sustain. Replacement clothing, specialized cleaning services, and frequent replacement of damaged items created costs that could exceed the basic school fees, making education financially unsustainable for many families. Some schools implemented uniform inspection competitions where different houses or dormitories competed for best overall appearance standards. Winning groups might receive minor privileges, while losing groups faced additional inspection requirements and closer scrutiny of their clothing maintenance. The psychological pressure around uniform standards was intense and constant. Students developed obsessive behaviors around clothing care, spending hours each day maintaining and inspecting their uniforms to prevent potential violations that could result in serious punishment or expulsion. Teachers would sometimes deliberately create situations that made uniform contamination likely, then punish students for failing to maintain standards under adverse conditions. Messy academic activities, physical requirements that naturally caused wear, or environmental factors that affected clothing were used as tests of student character and attention to detail. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for extreme uniform standards with theories about the connection between external appearance and internal health, moral development, and intellectual capacity. Victorian doctors claimed that students who couldn't maintain clean clothing were more likely to develop physical and mental health problems. Group punishment for uniform violations was common and effective at creating peer pressure for appearance compliance. If one student's stained uniform reflected poorly on an entire dormitory or house, collective consequences ensured that social pressure reinforced institutional standards. The documentation system for uniform violations was extensive and permanent. Records of stains, wrinkles, and appearance failures followed students throughout their school careers and could affect recommendations, privileges, and future opportunities within the educational system. Some students developed elaborate strategies for maintaining uniform standards, including multiple sets of clothing for different activities, specialized cleaning techniques, and protective measures that interfered with normal school activities and academic engagement. The long-term psychological consequences were severe and lasting. Many graduates developed obsessive-compulsive behaviors around clothing and appearance, becoming unable to function normally in situations where perfect appearance wasn't possible or necessary. The economic consequences extended beyond school years, as graduates who'd internalized extreme appearance standards often spent disproportionate amounts of their adult income on clothing and appearance maintenance, sometimes to the detriment of other important life priorities. The social consequences were equally damaging, as students learned that their worth was determined by external appearance rather than character, intelligence, or contribution to community. This created adults who were superficial in their judgments of others and insecure about their own fundamental value. The academic impact was significant, as students who were obsessing about uniform maintenance had less mental energy available for intellectual pursuits. Time spent on clothing care was time not spent on homework, study, or creative activities that might have contributed to genuine educational development. Some schools used uniform standards as diagnostic tools for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Frequent appearance violations were interpreted as evidence of broader behavioral problems requiring more intensive supervision and possible removal from the school community. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value substance over superficiality and character over appearance. But their educational system was creating graduates who were more concerned with external presentation than internal development, more focused on avoiding stains than achieving genuine accomplishment. Teachers would sometimes use uniform violations as grounds for questioning students' family backgrounds, economic status, and social suitability for the school community. A stained uniform could trigger investigations into home conditions and family circumstances that had nothing to do with academic performance or personal character. The religious justification for extreme uniform standards was extensive, with schools claiming that external cleanliness promoted spiritual purity and that attention to appearance demonstrated respect for God and society. Students were taught that maintaining perfect uniforms was a form of moral discipline, but perhaps the most devastating aspect of uniform standards was how they reduced complex human beings to superficial appearance assessments. Students learned that their intelligence, creativity, kindness, and potential could be overshadowed by a single clothing imperfection, creating adults who were afraid to take risks or engage in activities that might compromise their external presentation. The appeal process for uniform-related expulsions was deliberately complex and usually unsuccessful. Students and families who tried to challenge appearance-based dismissals faced additional scrutiny and often found that the appeal process created more problems than solutions. But congratulations! You've learned that your entire educational future can be destroyed by textile imperfections, and your natural human tendency to occasionally spill things has been successfully transformed into existential terror. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that uniform standards were just the beginning of your problems with Victorian institutional violence, because corporal punishment wasn't an occasional threat. It was a daily reality that turned education into a form of legalized assault. Section 15. Corporal punishment was a daily feature, not a threat. You walk into your first morning class and immediately notice the collection of canes hanging behind the teacher's desk like a medieval torture arsenal disguised as educational equipment. These aren't decorative items or last resort disciplinary tools. They're daily use implements that will be applied to various parts of your body with scientific precision and enthusiastic frequency throughout your educational experience. Welcome to Victorian corporal punishment, where physical violence wasn't an extreme measure reserved for serious infractions. It was standard operating procedure, scheduled into the daily routine like breakfast and prayers, and considered as essential to proper education as textbooks and blackboards. The caning system was sophisticated and systematically organized, with different implements designed for different types of infractions and different parts of the student body. Thin, flexible canes for hand and finger punishment delivered sharp, stinging pain that didn't cause visible damage. Thicker canes for more serious offenses created deeper, lasting pain that served as extended reminders of institutional displeasure. The daily punishment schedule was as regular and predictable as academic lessons. Morning caning sessions for overnight infractions discovered during dormitory inspections. Afternoon punishment periods for academic failures identified during lessons. Evening correction sessions for behavioral problems observed throughout the day. Some students received multiple canings daily for weeks at a time. Different teachers specialized in different punishment techniques and took professional pride in their caning skills. Mr. Pemberton might favor rapid, light strokes that created maximum sting with minimal recovery time. Dr. Whitmore preferred slower, heavier impacts that created lasting soreness and psychological intimidation. The targeting system was precisely calibrated to maximize pain while minimizing visible damage that might alarm parents or external inspectors. Hands and fingers were preferred targets because they were always visible to other students, creating social humiliation along with physical pain. Palms received punishment for academic failures, while knuckles were reserved for behavioral infractions. The psychological preparation for corporal punishment was often worse than the physical experience itself. Students would be informed of upcoming canings hours or even days in advance, allowing anticipation and dread to build to levels that interfered with sleep, appetite, and academic concentration. The waiting was part of the punishment, designed to maximize psychological impact. The public nature of most corporal punishment ensured that individual suffering became community entertainment and education. Students were required to witness classmates' canings, learning valuable lessons about institutional power, while developing trauma responses that would affect their relationships with authority for decades. The justification system for daily violence was elaborate and internally consistent. Every minor infraction, poor handwriting, incorrect pronunciation, fidgeting during lessons, failure to maintain perfect posture, was evidence of character flaws that required immediate physical correction. The punishment wasn't for the specific behavior, but for the moral deficiency it revealed. Counting techniques were passed down through generations of teachers like family recipes or craft traditions. Proper grip, optimal swing angles, strategic timing, and effective follow-through were skills that educators developed and refined throughout their careers. Some teachers authored instructional guides on effective corporal punishment methods. The daily punishment logs documented every caning with bureaucratic thoroughness. Student names, infraction details, punishment severity, and behavioral outcomes were recorded and analyzed to determine optimal correction strategies. These records followed students throughout their school careers and sometimes affected future academic opportunities. Group punishment sessions were particularly effective at creating institutional terror and social compliance. When collective infractions were discovered, entire classes or dormitories would face systematic caning that could last for hours. Students would watch friends and classmates suffer while anticipating their own turns, creating trauma bonds and shared helplessness. The medical supervision of corporal punishment was minimal and focused on ensuring that students remained functional rather than preventing injury or psychological damage. School physicians would check hands and limbs to verify that students could still write and perform basic tasks, but emotional and psychological welfare was considered irrelevant. Different ages and academic levels received graduated punishment intensities, creating progressive violence systems that increased as students advanced through the school. Younger children might receive lighter canings with thinner implements, while older students faced more severe punishment that was considered preparation for adult responsibilities. The timing of corporal punishment was strategically designed to maximize academic and social disruption. Canings before examinations ensured that students were emotionally and physically compromised during important assessments. Punishment before social events created associations between celebration and violence that lasted throughout students' lives. Some teachers developed signature punishment styles that became part of their professional identities. Students would discuss and compare different teachers' caning techniques, developing expertise in predicting pain levels and recovery times based on which educator was administering correction. The equipment maintenance for corporal punishment tools was extensive and professional. Canes were carefully selected, seasoned and maintained to ensure optimal performance. Some teachers collected specialized implements like wine enthusiasts collect vintages, taking pride in their punishment tool quality and effectiveness. Innovation in corporal punishment techniques was ongoing and considered evidence of educational advancement. New caning positions, alternative targeting strategies, and improved implement designs were shared between institutions and incorporated into best practice guidelines for effective student correction. The psychological conditioning created by daily violence was immediate and lasting. Students developed hypervigilance around authority figures, anticipatory anxiety about normal academic activities, and learned helplessness that extended far beyond school situations. Many lost the ability to trust their own judgment or advocate for themselves. The social dynamics around corporal punishment were complex and damaging. Students would compete to avoid being selected for punishment, sometimes sabotaging classmates or volunteering information about others' infractions. The system created an environment where survival depended on ensuring that someone else suffered instead. Parents were generally supportive of corporal punishment programs, viewing physical discipline as essential preparation for adult life in a challenging world. Letters home would praise teachers for their commitment to correction and character building, encouraging even more intensive punishment for stubborn or resistant children. The religious justification for daily violence was extensive and theologically sophisticated. Biblical passages about sparing the rod were cited frequently, and corporal punishment was framed as Christian duty rather than institutional cruelty. Students were taught that their suffering was spiritually beneficial and morally necessary. Some schools implemented punishment quotas, requiring teachers to administer minimum numbers of canings per week, regardless of actual infractions. This ensured that violence remained constant and predictable, creating institutional cultures where punishment was normal and its absence was suspicious. The long-term physical consequences included chronic pain, joint problems, and nerve damage that persisted throughout graduates' lives. Many developed arthritis, carpal tunnel syndrome, and other conditions directly related to repeated trauma inflicted during their educational years. But the psychological damage was far more extensive and devastating. Graduates often struggled with authority relationships, developed anxiety disorders around performance and evaluation, and found it difficult to trust their own judgment or advocate for themselves in professional and personal situations. The academic consequences were immediate and obvious. Students who were in pain, emotionally traumatized, and psychologically destabilized performed poorly in intellectual tasks. The violence that was supposed to improve educational outcomes actually interfered with learning, memory, and creative thinking. The social consequences extended throughout graduates' lives, affecting their ability to form healthy relationships, trust others, and engage in normal social activities. Many developed either excessive deference to authority or complete rebellion against any form of institutional structure. Some students developed sophisticated coping mechanisms for surviving daily violence, including mental dissociation techniques, physical conditioning to reduce pain sensitivity, and psychological strategies for maintaining sanity under constant threat of assault. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for corporal punishment, with theories about the character-building benefits of physical discipline and the psychological advantages of learning to endure pain. Victorian doctors claimed that students who couldn't handle regular caning were mentally and morally inferior. The competitive aspects of corporal punishment created additional psychological pressure, as students were sometimes ranked based on their ability to endure punishment without crying, begging, or showing other signs of weakness. This created toxic masculinity cultures and suppressed natural emotional responses to trauma. Teachers would sometimes use corporal punishment as diagnostic tools for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Those who cried, flinched, or showed other signs of normal human response to violence were marked as requiring more intensive punishment and closer supervision. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value courage, resilience, and moral strength, but they were achieving these goals by systematically traumatizing children and teaching them that violence was an acceptable response to disappointment or disagreement. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of daily corporal punishment was how it normalized violence as a solution to problems and taught students that those in power had the right to inflict pain on those beneath them. This created generations of adults who either accepted abuse as normal or became abusers themselves. The appeal process for excessive corporal punishment was non-existent, as the violence was considered educational rather than disciplinary. Students and families who objected to the punishment system were viewed as interfering with proper educational methods and often faced additional consequences for their complaints. But congratulations, you've learned to anticipate daily violence as part of normal life, and your natural human aversion to being hurt has been successfully transformed into grateful acceptance of institutional assault. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that the physical violence was just preparation for an even more insidious form of torture, the food system designed to break your spirit through deliberate malnutrition and culinary warfare. Section 16. The food was designed to break your spirit. You're staring at your breakfast plate, trying to identify what appears to be grey porridge mixed with chunks of something that might once have been meat, or possibly leather, or perhaps building materials repurposed as nutrition. The smell suggests that whatever it is died several days ago and has been stored in conditions that would violate multiple health codes, assuming health codes existed in 1870s Britain. Welcome to Victorian institutional cuisine, where meals weren't just about feeding students. They were carefully crafted psychological warfare designed to suppress any remaining spirit, crush all hope of pleasure, and teach valuable lessons about accepting whatever life threw at you without complaint. The food system wasn't accidentally terrible. This was deliberate, systematic, scientifically designed awfulness intended to build character through chronic malnutrition and culinary despair. Victorian educators believed that comfortable, enjoyable meals would make students soft, while deliberately unpalatable food would toughen them up for the harsh realities of adult life. The breakfast menu was a masterpiece of institutional creativity that turned the most important meal of the day into a daily reminder of your powerlessness and suffering. Grey porridge was the staple, but calling it porridge was generous. It was more like wallpaper paste mixed with water and whatever grains were too poor quality for animal feed. The porridge consistency varied daily based on factors that seemed designed to prevent students from developing any comfort or familiarity with their food. Some days it would be watery gruel that ran off your spoon. Other days it would be thick paste that required significant jaw strength to chew. Occasionally, it achieved a rubber-like consistency that bounced when dropped. Meat products were particularly mysterious and concerning. What the kitchen staff called beef bore no resemblance to any cattle that had ever walked the earth. The texture suggested it might be recycled shoe leather, while the color ranged from gray to greenish brown, depending on how long it had been stored in conditions that defied both logic and safety. The bread was weaponized carbohydrate that could have been used for construction projects or military fortifications. Fresh bread was unknown. Everything was served several days old, hard enough to crack teeth, and flavored with what might have been salt or possibly cleaning chemicals. Students learned to soak bread in whatever liquid was available to make it edible. Vegetables existed in theory but were processed into unrecognizable forms that eliminated any nutritional value, while maximizing unpleasantness. Cabbage became gray slime. Potatoes turned into paste that somehow managed to be both watery and lumpy simultaneously. Carrots achieved a texture that suggested they'd been pre-chewed by livestock. The soup course was particularly creative, featuring mysterious broths that contained floating objects of uncertain origin. Students would carefully examine their bowls, trying to identify whether the dark chunks were vegetables, meat, or something that had accidentally fallen into the pot during preparation. The serving sizes were calculated to provide just enough nutrition to prevent immediate starvation while ensuring constant hunger that affected concentration, mood, and academic performance. Students were perpetually slightly undernourished, creating physical discomfort that became the background soundtrack of their educational experience. Meal timing was strategically designed to maximize inconvenience and minimize satisfaction. Breakfast was served so early that students were barely awake enough to eat. Lunch was timed to interfere with afternoon energy levels. Dinner was late enough that students went to bed hungry and woke up starving. The dining hall atmosphere was designed to suppress appetite and eliminate any possibility of enjoying meals. Poor lighting made it difficult to see what you were eating, which was probably merciful. Uncomfortable seating ensured that students couldn't relax during meals. Constant supervision prevented conversation that might have made eating more pleasant. Temperature control was another weapon in the culinary warfare arsenal. Food was served either scalding hot or uncomfortably cold, never at temperatures that made eating pleasant or safe. Students learned to burn their tongues on soup or chew frozen bread, depending on the kitchen staff's mood. The quality variations seemed random, but were actually carefully orchestrated to prevent students from developing expectations or comfort with their food situation. Occasionally, meals would be slightly less awful, giving students hope that conditions were improving, only to be followed by weeks of particularly terrible food that crushed any optimism. Special occasion meals were masterfully disappointing, taking traditional holiday foods and institutional processing them into barely recognizable versions that mocked students' memories of family celebrations. Christmas dinner featured mystery meat that might have been turkey, while birthday celebrations included cake-like substances that tasted like sweetened cardboard. The kitchen staff seemed to take professional pride in their ability to destroy any nutritional or aesthetic value in basic ingredients. Fresh foods were processed, preserved, and prepared until they achieved maximum unpleasantness while technically still qualifying as edible. Second helpings were theoretically available, but practically impossible to obtain. Students had to specifically request additional food, which required overcoming the social embarrassment of admitting hunger and the practical challenge of identifying staff members who might grant such requests. The medical justification for terrible food was extensive and scientifically supported by Victorian nutritional theories. Doctors claimed that simple, unpalatable food built stronger digestive systems and that students who enjoyed their meals were developing dangerous tendencies towards sensual pleasure. Food waste was treated as a serious moral offense, forcing students to consume every bite of their deliberately awful meals. This created additional psychological pressure as students struggled to finish food that their bodies naturally rejected while avoiding punishment for leaving anything on their plates. The social dynamics around institutional food were cruel and competitive. Students would compare their portions, looking for any advantage or inequity that might improve their situation. Some developed elaborate strategies for trading food items or sharing resources to make meals marginally more tolerable. Smuggled food from home was strictly forbidden and rigorously searched for during inspections. Care packages from families were confiscated, and students caught with unauthorized food faced serious punishment. The goal was total dependence on institutional nutrition, regardless of its quality. The long-term health consequences were immediate and obvious. Students developed digestive problems, nutritional deficiencies, and eating disorders that persisted throughout their lives. Many graduates struggled with food relationships and dining anxiety that affected their social and professional lives. The psychological conditioning created by terrible food was profound and lasting. Students learned to suppress their natural preferences, accept whatever was provided without complaint, and view pleasure as suspicious and inappropriate. This created adults who were afraid to express preferences or advocate for better conditions. The academic consequences were significant, as undernourished students had difficulty concentrating, memory problems, and reduced energy for intellectual pursuits. The chronic hunger and digestive discomfort interfered with learning and academic performance throughout their school careers. Some students developed elaborate coping mechanisms for surviving institutional food, including mental techniques for suppressing taste and smell, physical strategies for consuming awful meals quickly, and psychological methods for maintaining hope despite culinary despair. The economic aspects of the food system were revealing, as schools spent minimal amounts on nutrition while charging substantial fees for education. The cost savings from terrible food were invested in other institutional priorities, demonstrating where student welfare ranked in administrative priorities. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of the food system was how it taught students that their basic needs and comfort were irrelevant, that suffering was character building, and that those in authority had the right to control even the most fundamental aspects of their existence. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value proper nutrition and healthy development, but their educational institutions were systematically undermining student health while claiming that malnutrition was beneficial for character development. Teachers would sometimes use food as leverage for behavioral control, threatening to withhold meals or provide even worse nutrition for students who failed to meet other institutional standards. Food became another tool for maintaining power and compliance rather than supporting student welfare. But congratulations, you've learned to consume nutritionally questionable substances with gratitude, and your natural relationship with food has been successfully transformed into grateful acceptance of whatever authorities decide to provide. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that terrible food was just preparation for an even more extreme form of mental torture designed to break your intellectual spirit through memorization requirements that would challenge professional scholars. Section 17. You could be forced to memorize 300+ lines as punishment. You've just been caught whispering during morning prayers when Mr. Grimsby informs you that by tomorrow morning you'll need to recite the entire first book of Virgil's Aeneid from memory, all 756 lines of ancient Latin poetry with perfect pronunciation, correct meter, and appropriate dramatic emphasis. Make a single mistake and you'll start over with an additional 200 lines of Ovid thrown in for good measure. Welcome to Victorian memory punishment, where forgetting a single syllable of classical literature could extend your academic torture for weeks, and where your brain was treated like a storage device that could be filled with arbitrary content through sheer force and terror. The memorization punishment system was a masterpiece of educational sadism that turned learning into a form of mental torture designed to break students' intellectual confidence, while demonstrating the absolute power of institutional authority over every aspect of cognitive function. The assignment lengths were calculated to be just beyond what most students could reasonably accomplish in the time provided, ensuring that failure was likely and additional punishment could be justified. 300 lines was considered a moderate assignment. Serious infractions might require memorizing entire plays, complete books of poetry, or extensive religious texts. Different types of literature were selected for memorization based on their difficulty and the psychological impact they would have on struggling students. Latin poetry was preferred because it combined linguistic challenges with complex meter requirements. Greek texts were reserved for particularly serious infractions because they required mastering an entirely different alphabet system. The time constraints were deliberately impossible, forcing students to sacrifice sleep, meals, and other academic work to meet memorization deadlines. A typical assignment might be given on Monday with a Friday recitation deadline, requiring students to learn roughly 60 lines per day while maintaining their regular academic schedule. The recitation requirements were impossibly precise, demanding not just accurate word recall, but perfect pronunciation. appropriate rhythm, correct emphasis, and dramatic interpretation that demonstrated understanding of the text's meaning and literary significance. Students were expected to perform like professional actors while under extreme stress. Failure consequences escalated quickly and unpredictably. A single mispronounced word might require starting the entire recitation from the beginning. Multiple mistakes could double the assignment length. Demonstrating insufficient emotional engagement with the text might add additional poems or plays to the memorization requirement. The monitoring system ensured that students couldn't use memory aids or shortcuts during the memorization process. Random checks throughout the preparation period tested partial recall, and students caught using written notes or other assistance faced additional punishment that could extend memorization requirements for months. Group recitations were particularly challenging, requiring students to coordinate their memorization with classmates while maintaining individual perfection. If one student made an error during a group performance, the entire group might face extended assignments or repeated performances until collective perfection was achieved. The subject matter selection was often deliberately inappropriate or psychologically damaging for the age group involved. 12-year-old boys might be forced to memorize adult poetry about war, death, or complex theological concepts that they couldn't understand, but were required to recite with emotional conviction. The academic interference was immediate and significant, as students who were spending all their time memorizing punishment assignments had no mental energy left for regular coursework. This created feedback loops where falling behind in other subjects led to additional infractions that required more memorization punishment. The physical consequences included chronic headaches, eye strain from intensive reading, and sleep deprivation that affected overall health and academic performance. Students would often memorize late into the night using inadequate lighting, damaging their vision while trying to meet impossible deadlines. Different teachers had different recitation standards and expectations that were never clearly communicated to students. Professor Whitmore might emphasize pronunciation precision, while Dr. Pemberton focused on dramatic interpretation. Students had to somehow divine the specific requirements for each instructor. The psychological pressure was intense and deliberately cultivated, with teachers emphasizing that memorization failures demonstrated fundamental character flaws rather than normal human limitations. Students who struggled with memory work were labeled as lazy, stupid, or morally deficient. Some schools implemented competitive memorization systems where students competed for fastest recitation times or most extensive memory demonstrations. These competitions created additional pressure and turned intellectual achievement into social hierarchy markers that affected student relationships. The content comprehension requirements meant that students weren't just memorizing meaningless sounds, they were expected to understand complex classical texts, explain obscure references, and demonstrate sophisticated literary analysis while under extreme performance pressure. Innovation in memorization punishment was ongoing, with teachers developing new techniques for making memory work more difficult and psychologically challenging. Silent recitation requirements, where students had to demonstrate perfect memory without making any sound, were particularly cruel and difficult to accomplish. The long-term memory consequences were severe and lasting. Many graduates developed anxiety disorders around memory performance and found it difficult to trust their own cognitive abilities throughout their adult lives. Others became obsessively focused on memorization while losing ability to think creatively or analytically. The social consequences were equally damaging, as students who were constantly behind on memorization assignments became isolated from peer groups and normal social activities. The time requirements made it impossible to maintain friendships or engage in recreational activities. Advanced memorization punishments included requirements for multiple languages simultaneously, forcing students to master Latin, Greek, and English texts while maintaining perfect recall in all three linguistic systems. The The cognitive load was designed to overwhelm normal human memory capacity. The religious justification for extensive memorization was elaborate and theologically sophisticated. Students were told that memorizing sacred texts would improve their spiritual development, and that the mental discipline required for extensive recall would build character and moral strength. Some teachers used memorization requirements as diagnostic tools for identifying students who needed additional character correction. Those who struggled with memory assignments were marked as requiring closer supervision and more intensive punishment that could extend their memorization obligations indefinitely. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for memorization punishment, with theories about the brain-strengthening benefits of intensive memory work. Victorian doctors claimed that students who couldn't memorize extensive texts were mentally inferior, and that memory training was essential for intellectual development. The appeal process for excessive memorization requirements was non-existent, as memory work was considered educational rather than punitive. Students and families who complained about impossible assignments were viewed as interfering with proper educational methods and often faced additional consequences for their objections. The economic impact was significant, as students needed access to expensive classical texts and often required tutoring help to master complex linguistic and literary requirements. Many families faced financial strain from the additional educational resources required for memorization compliance. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of memorization punishment was how it turned learning into a source of terror and anxiety rather than curiosity and discovery. Students learned to hate literature, fear intellectual challenges, and view their own minds as inadequate and unreliable. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value classical education and literary appreciation, but their memorization punishment system was creating graduates who were traumatized by classical texts and afraid to engage with complex literature throughout their adult lives. The creativity suppression was immediate and obvious, as students who were focused on rote memorization had no mental space left for original thinking, creative interpretation, or intellectual exploration. The punishment system killed the very intellectual curiosity that education was supposed to foster. Some students developed sophisticated memory techniques and coping strategies for surviving extensive memorization requirements, but these skills often came at the cost of other cognitive abilities and created adults who were excellent at recall, but poor at analysis or creative thinking. The competitive aspects of memorization punishment created toxic academic environments where students sabotaged each other's preparation time, provided false information about assignment requirements, or deliberately created distractions that interfered with classmates' memory work. But congratulations, you've learned to store hundreds of lines of classical literature in your terrified brain, and your natural love of learning has been successfully replaced with memorization, anxiety that will follow you throughout life. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that mental torture was just preparation for physical torture, because tomorrow you'll be experiencing Victorian bathing protocols that turned basic hygiene into a form of systematic hypothermia. Section 18. Cold baths were a daily requirement, even in winter. It's January, snow is falling outside your dormitory window, and the temperature inside the building is barely above freezing when the morning bell rings, and you realize you're about to be subjected to what Victorian educators cheerfully called hydrotherapy, but which was really just systematic hypothermia disguised as character building. You're standing naked in a stone bathroom that feels like a medieval dungeon, looking at a tub filled with water that's actually colder than the air temperature. While Matron Pemberton explains that this daily torture session will toughen you up for the rigors of adult life and improve your moral character through the scientific application of controlled suffering. Welcome to Victorian bathing protocols, where personal hygiene wasn't about cleanliness or health, it was about breaking your spirit through controlled exposure to conditions that would be considered torture if applied to prisoners of war. The cold bath system was based on beautifully twisted Victorian medical theories that claimed ice-cold water would strengthen the constitution, improve circulation, and build the kind of physical resilience necessary for ruling an empire. The fact that students were turning blue and developing hypothermia was considered evidence that the treatment was working effectively. The water temperature was carefully maintained at levels that were just short of causing immediate medical emergency, but cold enough to create genuine physical distress. Different seasons required different temperature adjustments. Summer baths might be merely uncomfortable, while winter baths achieved Arctic levels that made students genuinely fear for their lives. The bathing schedule was designed to maximize discomfort and health risk. Morning baths ensured that students started each day in a state of physical shock that affected their ability to concentrate or perform well in early classes. The timing also guaranteed that students would spend the rest of the day trying to warm up in inadequately heated buildings. The duration requirements were calculated to ensure maximum exposure to dangerous conditions while maintaining plausible deniability about the health risks involved. A typical cold bath might last 5 to 10 minutes, which doesn't sound like much until you're actually sitting in ice water while authority figures lecture you about the character-building benefits of controlled suffering. The supervision system ensured that students couldn't avoid or minimize their exposure to the cold water treatment. Matrons would monitor bathing sessions to verify that students were fully immersed and hadn't found ways to reduce the water's contact with their skin. Any attempt to make the experience less miserable was treated as cheating and resulted in extended bathing requirements. The medical justification for cold baths was extensive and scientifically fraudulent. Victorian doctors published papers claiming that cold water exposure would prevent disease, improve mental function, and build physical stamina. The fact that students were actually getting sick more often and performing worse academically was ignored or attributed to other factors. Different schools had different cold bath protocols and equipment that competed for maximum student misery. Some used natural water sources that were naturally frigid. Others had specially designed bathing facilities that could maintain precise temperature control. The most innovative institutions used ice or other methods to achieve water temperatures that were genuinely dangerous. The group bathing requirements added social humiliation to the physical torture, as students were often required to bathe in shared facilities where their suffering became community entertainment. The combination of physical distress and social embarrassment created layered trauma that affected students' relationships with their own bodies and their peers. The seasonal variations in cold bath protocols were particularly cruel, with winter bathing becoming a form of ritualized abuse that tested students' survival instincts. Water that might be merely uncomfortable in summer became genuinely life-threatening in winter, but the daily requirements remained unchanged regardless of weather conditions. The preparation rituals were designed to maximize psychological distress and anticipation anxiety. Students would know about their scheduled bathing times hours in advance, allowing fear and dread to build throughout the day. The waiting period became part of the punishment, creating stress responses that began long before the actual cold water exposure. The post-bath procedures were inadequate and deliberately unhelpful, ensuring that the cold water effects would persist throughout the day. Towels were thin and insufficient for proper warming. Heating was minimal or non-existent in bathing areas. Students were expected to dress and return to normal activities while still experiencing the physical effects of hypothermia. The health consequences were immediate and obvious, with students developing respiratory problems, joint pain, and compromised immune systems that made them more susceptible to illness and infection. Many suffered from chronic circulation problems that persisted throughout their lives. The psychological conditioning created by daily cold baths was profound and lasting. Students learned to dread basic hygiene activities and developed anxiety disorders around bathing and water that affected their personal care habits throughout adulthood. Many graduates struggled with normal bathing routines for decades after leaving school. The social dynamics around cold baths were cruel and competitive, with students monitoring each other's reactions to the cold water treatment. Those who showed distress or fear were mocked and labeled as weak, while those who appeared to tolerate the cold better gained social status and teacher approval. The religious justification for cold baths was elaborate and theologically creative. Students were told that physical suffering was spiritually beneficial and that learning to endure discomfort without complaint would prepare them for the challenges of Christian life in a fallen world. Some schools implemented competitive cold bathing programs where students competed for longest exposure times or demonstrations of greatest tolerance for low temperatures. These competitions created additional pressure and turned survival instincts into performance requirements that could be evaluated and scored. The equipment innovation for cold bathing was impressive in its creativity and thoroughness. Specialized tubs designed to maximize water contact with skin temperature monitoring devices to ensure optimal coldness, and timing systems to verify that students received their full dose of hypothermia treatment. Advanced cold bathing protocols included variations like ice baths, outdoor bathing in winter weather, or sequential hot and cold water exposure that created additional physical shock. Some schools experimented with different types of cold water treatment to determine which methods were most effective at breaking student resistance. The long-term physical consequences were severe and lasting, with many graduates developing arthritis, circulation problems, and immune system disorders directly related to their cold bath experiences. Some suffered from chronic pain and joint problems that affected their quality of life for decades. The medical supervision of cold bathing was minimal and focused on preventing immediate death rather than protecting long-term health. School physicians would monitor students for signs of severe hypothermia, but ignored the chronic health problems that developed from repeated exposure to dangerous conditions. The economic aspects of cold bathing were revealing, as schools could reduce heating costs by claiming that cold conditions were educationally beneficial, rather than acknowledging that they were simply cheap alternatives to providing adequate comfort for students. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of cold bathing protocols was how they taught students that their physical comfort and health were irrelevant, that suffering was character building, and that those in authority had the right to inflict pain and discomfort for allegedly educational purposes. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value physical fitness and health, but their cold bathing systems were actually undermining student health, while claiming that hypothermia was beneficial for character development and physical conditioning. The appeal process for excessive cold bathing requirements was non-existent, as the treatment was considered medical and educational rather than punitive. Students and families who objected to dangerous bathing protocols were viewed as interfering with proven health methods and often faced additional consequences for their complaints. Some students developed elaborate coping strategies for surviving cold baths, including mental techniques for managing pain and fear, physical conditioning to improve cold tolerance, and psychological methods for dissociating during the worst parts of the experience. The competitive aspects of cold bathing created additional psychological pressure, as students were sometimes ranked based on their tolerance for cold water exposure. This created toxic environments where survival responses were treated as character indicators and normal human reactions to danger were interpreted as weakness. But congratulations, you've learned to accept daily hypothermia as normal hygiene, and your natural desire for physical comfort has been successfully eliminated through systematic exposure to dangerous conditions. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that cold baths were just preparation for an even more insidious form of neglect, because when you actually became ill, the school's medical philosophy involved ignoring your suffering until you were literally dying. Section 19. Illness was ignored unless you were dying. You're sitting in Latin class with a fever that's making the room spin, a cough that's producing concerning amounts of blood, and chills so severe that you can barely hold your pen. But when you raise your hand to request permission to see the school physician, Mr. Grimsby informs you that unless you're actually unconscious or bleeding from multiple wounds, you're clearly just trying to avoid conjugating irregular verbs. Welcome to Victorian school medical care, where the institutional philosophy was that children were naturally dramatic, that most illnesses were character flaws disguised as physical symptoms, and that the best treatment for disease was to ignore it until it either went away or killed the patient. The medical neglect system was based on the beautifully twisted Victorian belief that acknowledging illness encouraged weakness, and that students who complained about physical symptoms were displaying moral deficiencies rather than actual health problems. The goal was to create adults who could function through any discomfort without seeking help or admitting vulnerability. The diagnostic criteria for determining whether students were genuinely sick were impossibly strict and deliberately subjective. A fever had to be visible to observers, sweating, red face, obvious delirium, before it would be acknowledged as real. Coughing was considered normal unless it was violent enough to disrupt entire classrooms. Pain was assumed to be exaggerated unless students could provide physical evidence of injury. The permission system for seeking medical attention was complex and deliberately discouraging. Students had to request permission from their immediate teacher, who would evaluate the claim and often deny it outright. If permission was granted, students then had to convince the matron or school nurse, who had different standards and usually sided with institutional skepticism rather than student welfare. The medical facilities were minimal and designed more for containment than treatment. The school infirmary was typically a converted closet or small room with basic supplies and no qualified medical personnel. Serious cases were handled by local doctors who visited occasionally and shared the school's philosophy about the character-building benefits of suffering through illness. The treatment protocols were focused on determining whether students were genuinely sick or just seeking attention, rather than actually addressing health problems. Students who convinced authorities that they were ill faced interrogation about their symptoms, detailed questioning about their activities leading up to the illness, and skeptical evaluation of their credibility as patients. Different types of illness were treated with varying levels of institutional contempt and suspicion. Respiratory problems were assumed to be exaggerated unless students were actually suffocating. Digestive issues were attributed to moral weakness or poor character rather than actual disease. Mental health problems were completely unrecognized and treated as behavioral infractions requiring discipline rather than care. The isolation procedures for sick students were designed more for punishment than healing. Students who were acknowledged as ill were removed from normal school activities and placed in solitary conditions that eliminated social contact, educational engagement, and most forms of comfort or entertainment. The academic consequences of illness were severe and deliberately punitive. Students who missed classes due to sickness faced additional assignments, make-up examinations, and academic penalties that made illness economically and socially costly rather than providing necessary recovery time. The social dynamics around illness were cruel and competitive, with students encouraged to view sick classmates as weak or manipulative rather than deserving of sympathy or support. Admitting illness became socially dangerous, as it marked students as unreliable and potentially inferior to their healthier peers. The family communication about student illness was minimal and often delayed until conditions became genuinely life-threatening. Parents were notified about minor illnesses, respiratory problems, or other health issues that might have prompted them to remove their children from dangerous conditions or seek proper medical care. The medication system was primitive and often counterproductive, focusing on treatments that were designed to discourage future illness complaints rather than actually heal current problems. Students might receive harsh purgatives for digestive issues, dangerous stimulants for fatigue, or completely inappropriate treatments that made their conditions worse. The chronic illness management was non-existent, with students who had ongoing health problems expected to function normally, regardless of their physical limitations. Asthma, joint problems, chronic pain, and other persistent conditions were treated as character flaws rather than medical issues requiring accommodation or treatment. The infectious disease protocols were inadequate and dangerous, with sick students remaining in dormitories and classrooms where they could spread illness to others. The institutional priority was maintaining normal operations rather than preventing disease transmission or protecting community health. The mental health recognition was completely absent, with depression, anxiety, and other psychological conditions interpreted as moral failings or behavioral problems requiring discipline rather than treatment. Students experiencing emotional distress faced punishment for their symptoms rather than support for their underlying problems. The self-medication attempts by desperate students were strictly forbidden and heavily punished. Students caught with unauthorized remedies, pain relief substances, or any form of medical treatment not approved by school authorities faced serious disciplinary action that often made their health problems worse. The peer support systems were actively discouraged, with students forbidden from helping sick classmates or providing comfort to those who were suffering. The isolation was designed to prevent the spread of weakness and ensure that illness remained an individual burden rather than a community concern. The seasonal illness patterns were predictable and ignored, with schools making no adjustments for flu seasons, cold weather health risks, or other environmental factors that naturally increased student illness rates. The same rigid policies applied regardless of conditions that made sickness more likely. The nutritional support during illness was non-existent, with sick students receiving the same institutional food that was barely adequate for healthy individuals. No special diets, additional nutrition, or dietary modifications were provided to support recovery or address specific health needs. The physical activity requirements continued regardless of illness, with sick students expected to participate in sports, outdoor activities, and physical labor that could worsen their conditions. Rest was considered laziness rather than medical necessity, and students were punished for seeking recovery time. The documentation of student illness was minimal and focused on institutional protection rather than medical care. Records were kept to demonstrate that schools had followed basic protocols, but detailed health monitoring or treatment tracking was considered unnecessary and potentially encouraging to student malingering. The medical training of school staff was inadequate and often dangerous, with matrons and teachers making medical decisions based on institutional policy rather than health knowledge. Many staff members had no medical background but were authorized to determine whether students needed care. The emergency response protocols were delayed and often inadequate, with schools waiting until students were unconscious or visibly dying before acknowledging that medical intervention might be necessary. The threshold for emergency care was set impossibly high to avoid acknowledging the inadequacy of daily medical support. The long-term health consequences were severe and lasting, with many students developing chronic conditions from untreated illnesses, permanent damage from delayed medical care, and lifelong health problems that could have been prevented with appropriate treatment during their school years. The psychological conditioning around illness was profound and damaging, teaching students that their health concerns were invalid, that seeking help was weakness, and that suffering through illness was morally superior to seeking treatment. This created adults who avoided medical care and ignored serious health problems. The social consequences extended throughout graduates' lives, affecting their ability to seek appropriate medical care, advocate for their health needs, and recognize when they or others required medical attention. Many developed patterns of medical neglect that persisted throughout their adult lives. The academic impact was significant, as students who were ill but forced to continue normal activities performed poorly in their studies, while their health deteriorated. The refusal to acknowledge the connection between health and academic performance created feedback loops where illness led to academic failure. Some students developed elaborate strategies for hiding illness and managing health problems without institutional acknowledgement or support. These coping mechanisms often involved dangerous self-treatment, or concealment of serious symptoms that could have been life-threatening. The competitive aspects of illness denial created additional pressure as students competed to demonstrate their ability to function while sick. This created toxic environments where normal health needs were viewed as weakness and seeking care was interpreted as failure of character. The medical establishment provided some scientific backing for illness neglect, with theories about the character-building benefits of suffering through disease and the moral advantages of learning to function despite physical discomfort. Victorian doctors often supported school policies that prioritized institutional convenience over student health. The religious justification for medical neglect was extensive, with illness interpreted as divine testing that required patient endurance rather than medical intervention. Students were taught that suffering through sickness was spiritually beneficial and that seeking comfort was evidence of insufficient faith. Some schools implemented illness monitoring systems that were designed more for detection of malingering than for identifying students who needed medical care. These systems created additional barriers to treatment and reinforced institutional skepticism about student health complaints. The economic factors behind medical neglect were obvious, as providing adequate health care would have required significant financial investment that schools were unwilling to make. It was cheaper to ignore illness than to provide proper medical facilities and qualified personnel. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of medical neglect was how it taught students that their physical suffering was irrelevant, that their health needs were secondary to institutional priorities, and that they couldn't trust their own bodies or advocate for their own welfare. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value physical fitness and health, but their educational institutions were systematically undermining student health while claiming that medical neglect was character building and morally beneficial. The appeal process for inadequate medical care was non-existent, as health policies were considered educational rather than medical decisions. Students and families who complained about medical neglect were viewed as interfering with proven character-building methods and often faced additional consequences for their objections. The innovation in medical avoidance was impressive, with schools developing increasingly sophisticated methods for dismissing student health complaints and avoiding the expense and inconvenience of providing adequate medical care. But congratulations, you've learned to ignore your body's distress signals, and your natural instinct for self-preservation has been successfully replaced with institutional compliance that will endanger your health for decades to come. Unfortunately, you're about to discover that medical neglect was just one aspect of a broader system designed to eliminate privacy and personal space, because in Victorian boarding schools, even your most private moments were subject to institutional surveillance and control. Section 20. You had no privacy, not even in the bathroom. You desperately need to use the toilet, but you're looking at a row of wooden seats lined up like church pews in a communal bathroom, where privacy walls would be considered an unnecessary luxury that might encourage inappropriate thoughts or secretive behavior. There are no doors, no curtains, no barriers between you and the dozen other boys who are all trying to handle their most private bodily functions under the watchful eyes of prefects and matrons who believe that personal privacy is the enemy of proper moral development. Welcome to the final frontier of Victorian institutional control, where even your most intimate moments were subject to surveillance, supervision, and social scrutiny designed to eliminate any remaining trace of individual autonomy or personal dignity. The privacy elimination system was the crowning achievement of Victorian educational philosophy, based on the belief that children who were allowed private moments would inevitably use them for inappropriate activities, improper thoughts, or secret behaviors that would undermine their moral development and institutional compliance. The bathroom facilities were deliberately designed to maximize exposure and minimize any possibility of solitude or personal space. Toilets were arranged in rows without partitions, creating communal elimination experiences that ensured no student could have a private moment, even during their most vulnerable biological functions. The dormitory arrangements eliminated personal space through carefully calculated overcrowding and strategic placement of beds that made private conversation, personal activities, or individual reflection nearly impossible. Students were constantly under observation by roommates, prefects, and patrolling staff members. The changing facilities were communal and closely supervised, with students required to dress and undress in shared spaces under direct observation. This eliminated any possibility of private bodily inspection, personal grooming, or individual comfort with their own physical development. The surveillance system was comprehensive and systematic, with students monitored during all activities including sleeping, eating, studying, recreation, and personal care. The goal was total institutional awareness of every aspect of student behavior and elimination of any unobserved moments. The washing facilities followed the same privacy elimination principles with communal basins, shared bathing areas, and constant supervision that made personal hygiene a public performance rather than a private activity. Students learned to manage their most intimate bodily care under institutional observation. The sleeping arrangements were designed to prevent private rest or individual reflection, with dormitories featuring closely spaced beds that made private thought or personal activities impossible. Nighttime surveillance ensured that even sleep was subject to institutional monitoring and control. The study spaces eliminated academic privacy through shared tables, communal libraries, and supervised study periods that made independent learning or personal intellectual exploration extremely difficult. Students couldn't pursue individual interests or develop private academic relationships. The correspondence privacy was completely eliminated through systematic mail censorship that ensured no private communication could occur between students and the outside world. Every letter was read, analyzed, and often rewritten to meet institutional standards. The personal property storage was minimal and subject to regular inspection, with students forbidden from maintaining private possessions or creating personal spaces that might encourage individual identity development or secretive behavior. The medical privacy was non-existent, with health examinations conducted in group settings and medical concerns discussed publicly as part of the character evaluation process. Personal health problems became community knowledge and institutional discussion points. The psychological privacy elimination was perhaps the most devastating aspect of the system, with students required to confess private thoughts, personal struggles, and individual concerns during regular character evaluation sessions that made internal life subject to external judgment. The social privacy was systematically destroyed through forced group activities, mandatory communal recreation, and prohibition of individual friendships or personal relationships that might create private social spaces outside institutional control. The religious privacy was eliminated through public confession requirements, communal prayer sessions, and mandatory discussion of personal spiritual struggles that made individual faith development subject to institutional approval and peer judgment. The academic privacy destruction meant that individual learning struggles, personal intellectual interests, and educational challenges became public knowledge shared among teachers, prefects, and classmates who used this information for social and institutional advantage. The physical privacy elimination extended to medical examinations, disciplinary procedures, and personal care activities that were conducted in public settings, designed to maximize embarrassment and minimize any sense of individual dignity or bodily autonomy. The emotional privacy destruction occurred through mandatory discussion of personal feelings, required sharing of individual struggles, and public analysis of private emotional responses that made internal life subject to external evaluation and institutional control. The creative privacy was eliminated through public critique of personal artistic expression, mandatory sharing of individual creative work, and institutional evaluation of private imaginative activities that should have remained personal and developmental. The intellectual privacy destruction meant that individual thoughts, personal questions, and private intellectual exploration were subject to institutional evaluation and potential punishment if they deviated from approved thinking patterns. The family privacy was systematically violated through detailed institutional reporting on personal background, family circumstances, and home relationships that made private family matters subject to school, discussion, and evaluation. The long-term psychological consequences were severe and lasting, with many graduates unable to establish healthy privacy boundaries, maintain individual autonomy, or create personal spaces that felt safe and protected from external intrusion. The social consequences affected graduates' ability to form intimate relationships, maintain personal friendships, or create the kind of private emotional connections that are essential for healthy adult development and family formation. The professional consequences included difficulty with independent decision-making, problems with personal initiative, and challenges with maintaining appropriate professional boundaries that affected career development and workplace relationships. The personal development consequences were profound, as students never learned to develop individual identity, personal preferences, or autonomous decision-making skills that are essential for healthy adult functioning and self-directed life management. Some students developed elaborate internal coping mechanisms for maintaining psychological privacy despite external surveillance, but these strategies often involved dissociation, emotional numbing, or other psychological defenses that interfered with healthy development. The competitive aspects of privacy elimination created additional pressure as students competed for the limited personal space and individual attention that was available within the institutional system, often at the expense of peer relationships and community solidarity. The medical establishment provided scientific backing for privacy elimination, with theories about the psychological benefits of communal living and the character-building advantages of constant social interaction and external supervision. The religious justification for eliminating privacy was extensive, with institutional authorities claiming that private moments encouraged sinful thoughts and that constant observation promoted spiritual development and moral accountability. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of privacy elimination was how it prevented students from developing the kind of individual identity, personal autonomy, and self-directed thinking that are essential for healthy adult functioning and democratic citizenship. The irony was that Victorian society claimed to value individual character and personal responsibility, but their educational institutions were systematically preventing students from developing the privacy and autonomy necessary for genuine character formation and responsible self-direction. The institutional message was clear. Individual privacy was dangerous, personal autonomy was suspicious, and students needed constant supervision to prevent them from developing inappropriate thoughts or engaging in unauthorized activities. But congratulations, you've survived 20 weeks of systematic dehumanization and learned to exist without privacy, autonomy, dignity, or individual identity. You've successfully been transformed from a curious, creative, independent child into a compliant, fearful, institutionally dependent young adult who will spend the rest of your life trying to recover the humanity that Victorian education so systematically destroyed. And if you think you've heard the worst of it, remember that you experienced just 1 week of this nightmare. Most Victorian boarding school students endured this system for years, emerging as adults who had been so thoroughly broken and rebuilt that they genuinely believed this treatment had been beneficial and would inflict the same trauma on their own children. Welcome to the Victorian legacy, a generation of humans who were so systematically traumatized by their education that they mistook abuse for character building and passed their trauma down through generations of British society. Sweet dreams.